Okay. Já está lá dentro. Já está online. Posso? Já pode. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your presence. I'm glad to introduce this last day of the conference on global and local contacts on Mediterranean area. And I call to the stage Professor Marcelo Cândido da Silva. Please, the stage is yours. Let me introduce you. Marcelo Cândido da Silva is a full professor in the Department of History at the University of São Paulo. He is an associate member of the Société des historiens médiévistes de l'enseignement supérieur public française, of the Laboratoire de médiévistique occidentale de Paris, and of the Histoire, Archéologie, Littérature des mondes chrétiens et musulmans médiévaux. He is coordinator of the Laboratory of Medieval Studies. He presents a talk entitled Crisis and the Making of Communities in the Mediterranean Basin, 5th, 7th century. Please.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille. Muito obrigado. Queria, em primeiro lugar, agradecer pelo convite. É uma honra estar aqui. Sinto não poder ter vindo antes, por razões familiares e profissionais, não consegui, mas é um prazer estar aqui hoje. E eu vou falar ou tentar falar em inglês, pelo menos, minha apresentação. In this presentation, I would like to analyze 4 episodes of famine and plague, 2 of them at the end of the 5th century and the beginning of the 6th century, and 2 of them in the middle of the 7th century. All these episodes are related to the following localities and regions. My goal is to make a comparative analysis of these episodes based on the question suggested in the title of this presentation. To what extent did crisis and responses to crisis contribute to the creation of communities in the Mediterranean between the 5th and the 7th or 8th centuries? This is the question. I'd like to start by Gregory of Tours. Gregory of Tours writes around 594 and describes a famine that took place in Burgundy at the time of Sidonius Apollinaris, at the end of the 5th century. The seriousness of the famine is emphasized by the reference to the fact that there was no one to distribute food to the poor. Ecdicius, a senator who was close to Sidonius, saw that the famine was increasing and sent his servants through the towns neighboring his residence to bring him the victims of the famine. The servants brought more than 4,000 men and women to his residence. After feeding everyone, he saved them from starvation. When abundance returned, Ecdicius organized transport again, taking everyone to their house. Gregory points out that after the poor had left, a voice from heaven came to Ecdicius, telling him that because he had done what he had done, bread would never fail him or his posterity. Gregory depicts Ecdicius' action as inspired by God, and at the end of his account, he referred to similar deeds carried out by Papacy, Bishop of Lyon, during the same famine episode, which would have been described by Sidonius Apollinaris. We have the letter that Sidonius sent to the Bishop Papacy of Lyon, in which he comments on the bishop's achievements during the same famine. Sidonius compares Papacy to Joseph. According to Sidonius, Joseph foresaw the sterility that would follow 7 years of abundance and was therefore able to easily repair the situation. He goes on to assert that he believes anyone who distributes aid during a calamity that they didn't foresee is no less than Joseph. Patience is said to have given alms to the destitute in desolate home and in all places of suffering, using his own denarii after the goats' invasion and the burning of crops. Sidonius presents here the likely reason behind the famine mentioned by Gregory of Tours in his histories. He emphasized that considering the people who were starving, it would have been an extraordinary act of kindness if this wheat had been sold to them as merchandise rather than as a gift. He also mentioned that he observed the roads filled with food sent by patients, as well as more than one granary on the banks of the Ara and the Rhone, which he had personally filled. Just as Gregory's descriptions of Edicius' actions emphasizes its extraordinary nature, Sidonius' account underscores the fact that the bishop performed it solely with his own resources, without any external compulsion, such as the demands of the provincial community, the proximity of the city, the convenience of a river, or the enticement of monetary rewards. However, Gregory and Sidonius were not unaware of the social status and public functions held by Edicius and Patience. Edicius was a member of the social state, of a member of senatorial family, and his father, Avitus, had been emperor of the West from July 455 to October 556. His sister, Papianilla, was the wife of Sidonius Apollinaris. Because of his deeds of arms against the Goths, according to Sidonius, Emperor Anthemius promised him the title of patrician, which was finally granted by his successor, Emperor Julius Nerus, in 474. The peak of Edicius' political career in Gaul was between 471 and 475, which is when the famine mentioned by Gregory must have occurred. It would be a mistake to consider him, as Gregory and Sidonius suggest, a mere private individual. In the writings of Sidonius and Gregory of Tours, helping the hungry, even when done by powerful individuals, is considered an exceptional act. This is attributed to the personal virtues of these figures rather than the obligations resulting from their positions. The episcopal writings of Gaul between the 5th and the 6th centuries present the actions of public officials against famine from the perspective of divine inspiration and individual virtues. Let's move on the Levant under imperial rule at the beginning of the 6th century. The chronicle of Pseudo Joshua the Stylus describes a series of disasters that struck the city of Edessa between 500 and 502. The source written in Syriac is most probably the work of an author who was contemporary with the events he narrates, but we know nothing about him. I summarize the events here in a chronological order. In March 500, locusts devastated the entire region from Resina, Constance, and Edessa to the borders of Persia, the Mediterranean, and Western Armenia. In April, there would have been a shortage of grain and other foodstuffs, and 4 modi of wheat were being sold for 1 denarii. In June and July, the inhabitants of the region were forced to use their saviors to stay alive. They sowed millet in the hope that it would supply their needs, but it wasn't enough for them, and as it didn't flourish. At the end of the year, misery struck struck the people as a result of the famine, and they sold their possessions for half their value. The sick of the villages, along with the elderly and the young, women and children, and those struck by hunger and unable to walk, moved to the cities to live in beggary, according to the author. Nevertheless, the people did not escape punishment if those who went to distant regions. The plague struck them in the districts where they had gone, and death also followed those who went to Edessa. Next, the author mentions the rise in food prices, very common inside of a narrative. The city's bishop asked the emperor for a tax exemption, but only obtained a small amount of money for the inhabitants. There wasn't enough food and enough bread in the Edessa market for everyone, and although bread was made, the poor couldn't afford it. So they ate cabbage and mallow with the money they had obtained by begging in the streets. Then a shortage of vegetables and all foods began to become apparent in the city. The poorest even ate the consecrated bread, according to all, while others cooked pieces of carcasses. In February 501, the shortage became even more severe and the epidemic worsened. Cereal prices increased. That month, prayers were organized to end the epidemic. In April, the epidemic spread among the city's inhabitants, resulting in numerous deaths in Edessa, Antioch, and Nisibis. The people were decimated by plague and famine. In June and July, the harvest took place, but the scarcity continued. In October and November, the winter was excessively rainy, and the grain harvest of April was abundant. People then expected grain to become very cheap, but a hot wind blew for 3 days in May and dried up almost the entire harvest. Soon afterwards, the Emperor Anastasius banned the festival of evil from Greek myths, which usually took place in the same month. 30 days after this event, although the crops had been burned, the price of cereals fell and the famine and hunger ended. Third case. At the beginning of the 7th century, the Liber Pontificalis mentioned a severe famine, fames gravis, that struck Rome during the pontificate of Sabinianus. Following the conclusion of a peace with the Lombards, the Pope ordered the church granaries to be opened and wheat to be sold for 1 solid every 30 modi. There are 2 things I'd like to emphasize in this account. First and foremost, the successor of Gregory the Great, the Bishop of Rome, instead of distributing food to the victims of the famine, sells it. Moreover, he does so at a price that it's twice as high as the price at the time of Cassiodorus. The sale of wheat to a starving population was not perceived as expected behavior for public officials. The author of the commentary of Sabinianus, which must have been written shortly after the end of his pontificate, doesn't comment on the reaction of the people of Rome to the sale of grain in times of famine, but he claims that after the Pope's death, the procession with the body left through St. John's Gate and passed outside the city walls, crossing the Milvius Bridge and continuing on the St. Peter's, where he was buried. This route, which added an immense distance to the procession while avoiding crossing the city, seems, in my opinion, to testify to Sabinianus' unpopularity, probably because of the sale of grain in times of famine. Some decades later, Sabinianus was assassinated in a geographic narrative by his predecessor, Gregory the Great, kills Sabinianus in a dream. It's very interesting of this point of view. The image of Sabinianus is very, very bad in the next centuries. Anyway, Sabinianus' actions, as described in the Liber Pontificalis, differ from the way in which Latin, Greek, or Arab histories and chronicles of the period portray the behavior of bishops and other public officials in times of crisis. Paul the Deacon and Agnellus Andreas, a priest from Ravenna, who wrote the Liber Pontificalis Ravenatis between 830 and 845, both describe the famine in Rome during the years 604 and 606. Agnellus' text largely follows Paul the Deacon's, but there's a significant difference between them. Both attribute the famine to frost and the destruction of the harvest by rats and other pests, and above all, as the result of the death of Gregory the Great. The Liber Pontificalis Ravenatis is more assertive in linking the famine that broke out to the end of Gregory's pontificate. It's a way of drawing a parallel between a pope who distributed grain to the poor during famines and another who sold it. Finally, last example. Let's move to the left. The first major plague to hit the Muslim world after the death of Muhammad spread to Syria, Palestine, and Iraq. It was one of the many recurrences of the Justinian plague, and its impact was such that it was recorded in various Muslim histories and chronicles. I use here the account by Abu Jafar Muhammad Jarir al-Tabari in his History of Prophets and Kings, the most important universal history written in the Muslim world. In the Muslim narrative tradition, this plague was given a specific name, Amwas, derived from the town of Emmaus Nicopolis in Palestine. This town had significant importance as the most prominent camp of the Arab Muslim army during that time. According to Tabari, in the 18th year of the Hijrah, the people were afflicted with a severe famine and a catastrophic drought. It all started when one of the Prophet's companions and army commander, Abu Ubaidah, wrote to Caliph Omar, Muhammad's father-in-law and second successor, to denounce that several Muslims were drinking wine. Omar then responded to Abu Ubaidah, summon them all. If they affirm that drinking wine is permissible, execute them. If they assert that it's prohibited, flog them with 8 lashes. Abu Ubaidah summoned them and interrogated them in front of the entire community. It is forbidden, they responded. Consequently, Abu Ubaidah ordered that each individual receive 80 lashes. Therefore, those who had violated his prohibition were to be punished and compelled to repent for their stubbornness. Then he addressed the general public. Take good care of yourselves. If someone's behavior needs correction, help them change their ways, but don't humiliate anyone, or trouble will spread among you. And then the drought began. In the same chapter, where he describes the plague of Amwas, Tabari also mentions the drought and famine in and around Medina. The scourges only came to an end with the intervention of the caliph, who, thanks to a public ritual of supplication for rain, put an end to the drought. Now I'd like to analyze in a comparative way all these events. The comparative analysis of these accounts written in the Mediterranean basin between the end of the 5th century and the middle of the 8th century points to some common aspects that I'd like to emphasize. In most of these accounts, plague or famine are not the main focus. Gregory of Tours, for example, doesn't even bother to mention the causes of the famine in Burgundy at the end of the 5th century. His account primarily serves to highlight the virtuous deeds of Edicius. Paul the Deacon and Agnellus Andreas employ the famine as a metaphor to illustrate the repercussions of the conclusion of Gregory the Great's pontificate. These narratives are not just descriptions of famine and plague. The descriptions of plague and famine allows the generosity of some characters to be showcased, as well as serving to reveal God's will and prompting people to be corrected and behave accordingly. This is why it is difficult, in my opinion, to analyze these accounts in their factuality in search of the causes and consequences of those phenomena. There are two common approaches among contemporary authors. Some scholars, such as Dionysius Stathakopoulos, delve into the extensive collection of mentions of famine to examine the underlying causes of food crisis, using both neo-Malthusian approaches and the theory of entitlements. Other authors, such as Islamologist Joseph Van Ness, see the Muslim chronicles of the plague of Amwas, for example, as a historical myth. Both the realist and the idealist approaches fail, in my opinion, to recognize the significance of these accounts of crisis as tools for explaining them and offering social and political solutions. In the Chronicle of Pseudo Joshua, for instance, the plague of locusts and the drought are not the causes of the famine. Rather, they are its signs, which the inhabitants of Edessa misinterpreted at first. Only when these signs are correctly interpreted and followed by the emperor's ban on pagan festivals does the crisis finally come to an end. The causes of the crisis, according to the text, were the behavior of man, which displeased God. None of these authors analyzed here associate disasters and crises with the end of the world. Descriptions of crisis events, no matter how terrible, mention the ability of people to cope with them. Human agency is presented in two ways, in my opinion. First, through the ability of men to correct their behavior in order to please God and thus put an end to the calamities that befall them. Secondly, in the ability of leaders to show their people the right behavior and to mediate with divinity to put an end to the calamities. The political responses to crisis analyzed in this text primarily in this presentation primarily involve correcting behavior and ultimately reforming the community. In all these texts mentioned here, the role of those in command, bishops, senators, caliphs, is highlighted. They are the ones who resolve crises and rectify people. For all these reasons, the crisis narratives written in the Mediterranean basin between the 5th and the 7th century can be considered tools of social construction and not testimony to the desperation or helplessness of communities in the face of crises that they are unable to resolve. Crisis accounts are narrative responses to crisis that present the causes, the perpetrators, and the solutions, rather than the causes themselves, at least not in a contemporary sociological way. In this sense, we need to reflect on a conceptual and methodological framework for interpreting references to crisis events, famines, epidemics, and mortality crises in our sources. The main alternatives available so far consists of, first, trying to prove the factuality of the information. Second, analyzing how the information fits into the context of each work. Third, combining the proof of factuality with the context of each work. And fourth, concentrating on the literary dimension of each work. The factual information in these texts cannot be dissociated from the objectives of each of them. Furthermore, the so-called historical context it's not a tangible reality, but the result of an operation carried out by analyzing texts, sometimes in combination with material culture, of course, in order to produce an abstraction that we call historical reality. Crisis episodes are embedded in narratives whose meanings need to be evaluated. At the same time, these narratives are the product of the concerns and feelings present in the communities. A good methodological approach must take all these elements into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you for presentation, and thank you because you are perfectly in time. And
Brazilian way of life.
And later we have time for questions. And now, Professor Joanny, please. Stéphane Joanny is professor of late Latin and medieval language and literature at the Université Lumière Lyon 2. He promotes the program Monasteriorum Corpus Adriaticorum et Locorum Ecclesiasticorum. Some of his main research topics are Latin and Medio-Latin language and literature, history of Ostrogothic Italy, of the papacy, history and historiography of the Eastern Adriatic, and he is the author of numerous publications. Among the latest, Gouverner le monde par l'écrit, l'autorité pontificale en Dalmatie de l'Antiquité tardive à la Réforme, Gregorian, published by École Française de Rome. Thank you for your presence. His talk is entitled For a Connected History of the Eastern Adriatic, 10th, 11th centuries, Laboratory of the Gregorian Mediterranean.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank Professor Wagner Carvalheiro and Marcelo Candido for inviting me in USP, and thank all of you for this wonderful and useful conference. It's a real pleasure to be here. Also an honor to be here and to meet and to hear you. I will try to present my speech in English. I would like to speak today about a kind of medieval Romanization without colonization, but still a Romanization through the papal power of Eastern Adriatic, which corresponds to the maritime and coastal areas of Croatia, Montenegro, and Albania. Dalmatia was in ancient time a vast Roman province whose capital, Salona, was the heart of Illyricum. Isidorus of Seville describes Dalmatia as a very large province. Ancient authors, therefore, associate Dalmatia with the territory of the Roman and Proto-Byzantine province that stretched from the river Mat, not far from Durrës in Albania, to the river Racha in Istria, very big. An anonymous Greek geographical treatise from the mid-4th centuries, known only in its Latin translation, described Dalmatia by referring also to the splendid city of Salona. Medieval historians agree with this depiction. In the 10th century, Constantine Porphyrogenitus wrote, you can see it, Dalmatia began on the borders of Dyrrachium, or Antibari, today Bari in Montenegro. All this territory was under Roman control, and this province was the most illustrious of all the Western provinces. In the 3rd century, Thomas the Archdeacon wrote a monumental history of the metropolis of Salona, which is the most important source on medieval Dalmatia, referred to the division of this region into 2 provinces, Lower Dalmatia, Dalmatia Inferior, also known as White Croatia, and Upper Dalmatia, Dalmatia Superior, also known as Red Croatia. And that's why this region of strategic importance was coveted by Carolingians, Venetians, Normans, Hungarians, and of course papacy, who saw it as a gateway to the Byzantine area, but also Central Europe and Eastern Mediterranean. And this region has long been neglected by historians of early Middle Ages. I would like to show the interest of Adriatic laboratory for the history of the papacy's influence at the time of the break with the Byzantine East in the 11th century, when papacy tried to impose its authority on all religious and political powers. But how can we study history of connected regions? To answer this question, I will emphasize 2 requirements of medieval historians' work. First, a multidisciplinary approach to fuel dialogue with archaeologists and philologists and compensate for the gaps in written documentation. And second, a comparative study to highlight similarities, but also the irreducible differences between neighboring regions. My speech will be based on 2 main elements. First, the project in progress and the first results of Monaco International program on monasteries of Eastern Adriatic, which I conduct with 3 archaeologists, Sébastien Bully, Morana Šaučević, and Pascal Chevalier for 2021 in the framework of the French School in Rome and several Croatian and Albanian universities. Project, the aim of which is to organize conferences, for example, here in Lyon in 2022, and but also to try to renew these sources. That's the reason why the part of the team carries out archaeological studies on monastic sites, and the other part looks for and edits new written sources produced in Dalmatian monasteries. And you can see here, for example, the last book here, if you want to see, that we published in April on one of the main Dalmatian monasteries, St. Peter of Osor. The aim of our project is to better understand and complete the sources already known, which have been published in 2 fundamental works, the Codex Diplomaticus Regni Croatiae, Dalmatiae et Slavoniae, fundamental, and the Regesta Pontificum Romanorum for Dalmatia, Croatia Pontificia, which contain all documents already published. Second base of my speech, the main base, of course, the revival of the historiography of Southeastern Europe, in particular, John Fine and Florin Curta's works. This region, which is difficult to define, corresponds to what John Fine called early medieval Balkans. In a work whose first edition in 1991 was published at the same time as the disintegration of former Yugoslavia. After this, the books of Erwin Wolfram and Walter Paul encouraged research about origin stories, ethnogenesis, and acculturation of the people of Southeast Europe and Slavic peoples, particularly Croats. By drawing attention to neglected regions, this historiographical shift made it possible to test, and it is very important, to test the validity of models for analyzing the transformation of the Roman world and the construction of European societies, studied by McCormick and Wickham. In other words, to rethink the transition between antiquity and early Middle Ages by showing the limits of a single model of interpretation that would emphasize the role of a central power, the influence of a single model, that will emphasize the role of central power, the influence of a Roman-centric authority, the needs of traditional elites, and the peasant mode of production, considered by Chris Wickham as the basic structure of the economic system. New studies about Southeast Europe have shown the need to free ourselves from single model of interpretation and from traditional and academic periodizations in order to grasp the diversity and dynamics of Southeast European society. And in a recent book, the archaeologist Florin Curta stretches the importance of a new historiography moment and the importance of a long 6th and 7th century, which was characterized by a demographic crisis in the 7th century, the abandonment of major ancient cities such as Salona, the former capital of imperial province of Dalmatia, and by an economic and social discontinuity that differentiated the Balkans from a neighboring Western region. These preliminary reflections show that the societies in Southeast Europe, through their diversity, cannot be regarded as a simple periphery of Rome or Byzantium. They also invite us to reconsider traditional representation of the Eastern Adriatic. Should we speak of a border march, a buffer space between Pars Orientalis and Pars Occidentalis? Pierre Toubert has shown that buffer spaces, which are generally marked by border toponym, such as Krai, or Krajina, meaning border, and designating now border regions in Croatia, Bosnia, Poland, and Ukraine, the same, are never empty spaces. These territories are fabrics of development, where the strong powers multiply the signs of their presence, which are stagings that make these border areas a zone of overinvestment of the presence of big powers through, for example, a network of fortifications or monasteries, or through the development of a culture, common culture, of a common spirituality, or common memory in which language or cult of sense play a major role. From then on, borders cannot be seen just as limit, barriers, places of confrontation or conflict, but rather as a privileged place for exchanges, in particular economic, technological, and cultural transfers. In short, an open world connected to the Mediterranean world, a common ground, to use the concept of the middle ground, an intermediary place between cultures, between people, between empires, a place of interpenetration of different worlds. This interpretation of frontier space does not exclude, of course, strategies of domination and conquest that seek to assert authority. It does, however, allows us to pay close attention to the processes of accommodation, acculturation, and integration that encourage the standardization of lifestyles and cultural, linguistic, and liturgical practices. Considering the Eastern Adriatic as the place of encounter, not necessarily desired or peaceful, of course, helps us to better understand the stages and consequences of the gradual extension of papal authority in Dalmatia, which became one of the very first laboratories of the Gregorian reform in the Mediterranean. But the region is not very known. I record very shortly the history of Dalmatia from late antiquity to 10th and 11th century. Particularly favored by the imperial aristocracy, Dalmatia enjoyed a long tradition of Roman culture and settlement. Various urban structures can still be seen in Salona, Zadar, and Narona, where Latinized communities mingled with local population. In 5th and 6th centuries, the evolution of social organization in the cities led to the gradual disappearance of municipal institutions, the emergence of groups of notables, and the increasingly important role of the bishop. 4th century, Dalmatia had provided the empire with resources and command troops. It included a network of military garrisons and forts that form part of a system of fortification and signposts on the Dalmatian coast and island, often attributed to Justinian time. The many Dalmatian islands provided natural protection, offering a place of retreat, ascetic retreat, or even a holiday resort for coastal dwellers. Some islands also served as maritime stations, such as Saint-Pierre-de-Lovic, or as relays for the tax authorities, such as the island of Niet. At the beginning of the 4th century, Emperor Diocletian himself, of Dalmatian origin, reformed the territorial administration, attaching the province of Dalmatia to the Diocese of Pannonia, called Diocese of Illyricum. And later, imperial power ceded the Diocese of Illyricum to the Eastern Emperor Theodosius II. It is the reason why Dalmatia became increasingly autonomous from Ravenna, the capital of western part of the empire. And during the last decades of the Western Empire, the pagan count Marcellinus Comes Res Militaris in Dalmatia revolted against the Emperor Valentinian III, established an autonomous power in Dalmatia, and isolated more and more Dalmatia from Western Empire. The Italian clergy's distrust of the Greeks, and conversely, the East suspicion of the Church of Rome, now located in Partibus Barbarorum, in barbarous regions, fueled tension between the two shores of the Adriatic. The geopolitical context evolved during the early Middle Ages with the arrival of the Avar and Slav in Dalmatia. But while Thomas the Archdeacon of Split described the fall of Salona because of the Avars, archaeology now shows that the city was not destroyed, but only abandoned in the first quarter of the 7th century by its inhabitants, who took refuge a few kilometers to the south in the former palace of the Emperor Diocletian, which formed now the heart of medieval city of Split. Considering now the geopolitical context and the arrival of the Slav in Dalmatia in 7th century, Byzantine Emperor Constantine Porphyrogenitus, 3 centuries later, was the first to recount the myth of the migration of the white Croats from the Caucasus to Dalmatia. In reality, there is no textual, neither archaeological evidence of the presence of the Croats before the 9th century. Although it was difficult to say that in Croatia. Now, historians reject the idea of Croatian migration and define Croats not as an ethnonym, but as a social group originally formed by the border guards of the Avar Empire, who only developed into an autonomous ethnic group in the 9th century. The scarcity of sources mentioning the Croats before the 10th century is evidence of the difficulty this ethnico-political community had in asserting itself as a group due to its heterogeneity and internal struggles. We can conclude this point saying that material and textual evidence confirm the cohabitation in Dalmatia of the two forms of Slavic and Roman Byzantine culture from and only from the 9th and 10th century. While the Byzantine Empire organized the Byzantine province of Dalmatia, the theme of Dalmatia, with Zadar as its capital, it seems that the authority of Croatian dukes developed in the 9th century, and we find for the first time the mention of a Croatian kingdom in a letter of Pope John X to Tirpemirovic, Dalmatian Croatian king Tomislav, dated 925. The Dalmatian Croatian kingdom run by the Tirpemirovic dynasty until the end of the 11th century. It is difficult to describe the extent of this Croatian entity, which was initially limited to the court seats scattered across Dalmatian territory. Further south, in Upper Dalmatia, Constantine Porphyrogenitus mentions several cities administered, run by Slavs, in the regions of Doclea, now Podgorica, capital of Montenegro. Capital Doclea of another kingdom, including the city of Kotor, and run by another dynasty, Boyuslavljevic. These two dynasties, which were in a sense vassals of Byzantine Empire, with which they maintained a relation of submission and rebellion, had to contend with the ambitions and threats of neighboring powers. For example, the Doge of Venice, Pietro Orsello, the Doge Pietro Orsello expedition to the eastern Adriatic at the end of the 10th century was followed by several campaigns that allowed Venice to consolidate its control over Dalmatian port and city, in particular Zadar. But it was maybe a change for the two Slav dynasties because their new relations with the Roman Byzantine elites on the side, and then with the Doge of Venice on the other side, helped them to strengthen their visibility and power in Lower Dalmatia. But the Slav rulers of Dalmatia benefited above all from the support of papacy. That show the region as the gateway to the Byzantine area, Central Europe, and Eastern Mediterranean in the 11th century. And I like to close my speech by taking a look at this particular moment. I mean, construction of Gregorian wall, so-called Gregorian reform, which expressed an universal ambition and imposed Pope's authority over Dalmatia. This is a fascinating example of the relationship between a global ambition and local powers during the Central Middle Ages. The story of the relation between Dalmatia and Church of Rome allows us to understand better this particular link between Dalmatia and papacy, which explains why today Croatia, Dalmatia is the only Catholic country in Eastern Adriatic alongside Orthodox and Muslim countries. An apostolic legend from the 11th century explains that St. Peter himself sent his disciple Domnul to Salon, the ancient capital of Roman province of Dalmatia, to evangelize the region. It is well known that such legends, called apostolic legends, were used by papacy during the 11th centuries in order to legitimate its own authority and to build the papal monarchy, which was, of course, very important in a region, I record, belonging to Byzantine Empire. This is also the case here, as this legend appears at the end of the 10th century, not before. Saint Domnio was indeed Bishop of Salona. He did exist, but he fell victim to Diocletian's persecution in 304, not the disciple of St. Peter. This apologetic legend completely reconstructs our history of this 4th century bishop. In reality, the first evidence of the relationship between the Catholic Church of Rome and Salona and Dalmatia appears in the 3rd century with the election of Dalmatian Pope Gaius. The Liber Pontificalis also mentioned an early Roman mission that led to the martyrdom of Saint Venantius. Be that as it may, it is difficult to distinguish between history and legend in these accounts, which are fundamental to understand the origins of Christianity and the worship of Dalmatian saints, whose relics Pope John IV, himself of Dalmatian origin, had transported to Rome after the fall of Salona in the 7th century, to the chapel of St. Venantius in Rome, in the Lateran Baptistery in Rome, as evidenced by this famous mosaic in the choir, which represents all the saints of Istria and Dalmatia. Although the papal letters of Gregory the Great at the end of the 6th century expressed great confidence in the metropolis of Salona, the Arian temptation of the Church of Salona and the independent attitude of several bishops gave rise to tensions that culminated in the schism of the 3 chapters in the middle of the 6th century, when the Church of Salona chose the side of Byzantium against Rome. The fall of Salona at the beginning of the 7th century did not put end to the difficulty for papacy in exercising its authority over a region marked by Eastern influence and desire of autonomy. However, after the fall of Salona, papacy seemed to strengthen its influence over the region, seeking first to impose the authority of its own metropolis, the metropolis of Split. Second, by spreading Roman liturgy, by sending letters and papal legates to Dalmatia to convince political and religious elites of Dalmatia, but also Bulgaria and Moravia, and tension persisted despite some successes and active papal diplomacy, but we can affirm that papacy achieved its objective in the second half or later of the 11th century, when 2 Slav dynasties of Dalmatia that I described agreed to pledge their allegiance to the Pope, who, for his part, agreed to recognize and to protect them. First, in 1075, the papal legate of Pope Gregory VII crowned the Croatian king Zvonimir at the gates of ancient Salona, very important and symbolic place to record ancient colonization of Dalmatia, as you can see here in this bas-relief. And second, 2 years later, in 1077, the king of Doclea, Mihailo Voislav, received a crown from Pope, the same Pope, Gregory VII, who called him the Christian king of the Slavs. On receiving their crowns, the 2 kings swore an oath of loyalty to Pope Gregory VII and his successors, thus becoming the first vassals of papal monarchy. Gregorian world was born. Papal primacy had just invented a system for subjugating local civil powers protection and recognition in exchange for protection on earth and in evil. That is why I presented in the title the Eastern Adriatic as laboratory of the Gregorian reform, of Gregory VII, which was a frontal attack against the political religious collusion dating from the Carolingians, where institutions and church property were largely controlled by secular authority, while the clerics, from the Pope and the Bishop to the country priest, were subject by customary law to the authority of the emperor, the king, the prince, the lord. Now, with the Gregorian reform, it's the contrary. The representation of this important movement are very suggestive. And for example, the coronation of Croatian King Zvonimir by Jebizon, the legate of Pope Gregory VII, represented in this bas-relief, showing, you can see, the papal legate left with a Benedictine monk with tonsure, like Pope Gregory VII, as the same height as the king on his throne on the right. The first time in the history of representation of coronation. We can know that precisely because we have this bas-relief, but we have also a letter of this king, Croatian King Zvonimir, a letter to Jebizon, the legate of Pope Gregory VII, after his coronation. Zvonimir writes that he became king by the grace of Apostolic See of Rome. He described himself as Dukes of Croatia and Dalmatia by the grace of God, made rex by standard, sword, sceptre, and crown. The terms used are very, very important. Very important. The prestige of the royal office and the mention of the vexillum conferred by the apostolic legates embody the protection of St. Peter, following the example of the vexillum Beati Petri that Pope Adrian had given to Charlemagne. Zvonimir, a Croatian king, proclaimed for the first time his devotion and loyalty to his Pope, his successor, and his legates. The words are very important. They express clearly the supreme sovereignty of the Pope and the reductio ad unum that Gregorian reform had just completed in 1075. Zvonimir also made in this letter major donation, in particular the donation of the royal monastery of St. Gregory of Rana to the Church of Rome, thus, this is very interesting, integrating into the patrimony of St. Peter a monastery and its lands, which I will remind were part of Byzantine Empire. Incredible thing. It was a stroke of political genius, I think. The main instruments of this policy can be summarized now to conclude as follows. First, institutional and diplomatic level, embassy, apostolic correspondence, decretals, council under the authority of metropolitan split. Second level, spiritual level, legend of apostolicity, attributing the evangelization of Dalmatia to disciple of St. Peter, spread of cults of worships celebrating papal ideology. Third level, political level, collaboration with the Slav dynasties of Dalmatia. And fourth level, which is very interesting in our program, the monastic and cultural level. I mean the Benedictine expansion under the influence of Abbey of Monte Cassino. In fact, this new link between Rome and Dalmatia reveals the essential role played by the Benedictine networks under the influence of the Abbess of Monte Cassino and Trinity. Monastic foundation multiplied, particularly on Dalmatian islands, with the support of the papacy, with the support of metropolis of Split, and from the second half of 11th century, with the support of the Slav dynasties, who made a lot of donation, money, land, island treasures to the Benedictine monasteries. Here you can see the map of the main monastery that we realized we realized in the framework of our project. These monasteries were very important in helping to spread ideas of reform in the 11th century. And I remind that Pope of the Reform, Gregory VII Desiderius, was himself the former abbot of Benedictine Abbey of Monte Cassino. They also played a role very important in cultural exchanges with the great Italian abbeys. And they also spread the first Romanesque art in Eastern Adriatic and facilitated the worship of the Virgin Mary and Saint Peter. In Dalmatia, they also spread the use of Dalmatian Beneventine script, a script originating in southern Italy that it is a symbol of Italian and Roman influence. You can see, for example, the letter A in the Dalmatian Beneventine script, which looks like Greek alpha. This Beneventine script was used in particular in the scriptorium of the monastery St. Chrysogonis in Zada, the most important Benedictine monastery in Dalmatia, which was run by a monk from Monte Cassino. Finally, we can say that Dalmatia manuscripts also contribute to the cult of Saint Benedict himself, and Benedictine culture, which one of the main vector of pontifical ideology in the 11th century. You can see this here, for example, in the first two books of ours produced for the monastery Saint Mary in Zada, which contain the portraits of Saint Benedict described in Beneventine script. I will say, really to conclude, that papal Romanization, that is a Romanization without colonization, invites us to ask again, but what is Rome in Central and Middle Age? I need an idea, a power, a worldview. The pontifical Rome is certainly all of the things as it has always been. But Rome has become, first and foremost, a global way of writing history that tries to integrate diversity and to subjugate local powers and cultures by making them speak the same language and share the same Roman worldview. In a certain way, it reminds us why pagan Rome, I think, in antiquity, had been very reticent about accepting Christianity, thinking that a Christian Rome that banned other cults would be giving up the foundation of Romanity, its political, social, and religious capacity for assimilation, which was obviously a strategy for domination. I think that Gregorian reform raised the question of the assimilation of local powers and cultures by inventing a new form, of power, a government that gave great importance to the written documentation, decretal chronicle. In a way, the pontifical chronicles, which insert the government of the world into the course of Christian world history from Genesis onwards, did invent a form of global history, maybe the first time, in a form of globalization, or rather an ambition for globalization that deeply changed the perception of the local, which becomes part of a whole, the Catholic and Roman world. This interpretation changes the paradigm of relations between center and periphery. They are no longer peripheries. There are no more peripheries. There is only a center that integrates local diversity and claims to extend to the very limits of the world, what pontifical sources call the reductio ad unum. That, of course, the Orthodox churches and the Reform at the end of the Middle Age will never accept. This explains why the Pope is at home everywhere, as illustrated, and it's a last slide, by the visit of the Pope to Dalmatia. More precisely, the solemn entry of Pope Alexander III on a white horse into Dalmatian capital, Zadar, and into Zadar Cathedral in 1177. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for your very interesting later for questions. And now we have a break for half an hour. See you. See you here in a Professor, você me ouve?
Sim, lhe ouço, lhe ouço.
Ah, perfeito, tá funcionando perfeitamente. Só passa uns slides pra gente ver se tá tudo certo.
Perfeito. Aqui. Tá ótimo. Tranquilo.
Perfeito.
Tranquilo.
Tá bom. A gente volta em 30 minutos, tá bom?
Perfeito, eu vou deixar ligado aqui de qualquer forma e vou vendo sem problema. Obrigado. Valeu, até mais. Valeu.
Welcome again to our session. We have the last paper now of the Professor Paulo Duarte Silva, and then we have time for the questions. Paulo, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Let me introduce you. Professor Paulo Duarte Silva is professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, a member of the postgraduate program in comparative history at the Federal University of Rio. He has experience in the area of history with focus on ancient and medieval history. Together with other professors, he is coordinator of the medieval study program at the same university. Please, Paulo.
Thank you very much, Leonardo. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation, especially Professors Wagner, Cristina, and Juliana, Leonardo as well, and to my friend Vitor Almeida, as well as to the students, staff of the USP, and the audience. It's a privilege to share this session with Professors Stefan and Marcelo, whose works provide solid contributions both to late antique and early medieval studies. This paper allows me to review my viewpoint as a scholar most interested on Christian preaching in the 5th and 6th centuries. The subject connects studies on the role of the bishops and their leaderships on Christian communities, such as one recent event in Hamburg has discussed, and the endless debate about the turn from antiquity to Middle Ages, which has been heated in the last decade, as some major works show. My main goal here is to present thoughts on the relation between Christian preaching and crisis management, in the light of increasing episcopal role in civic and pastoral affairs. In recent years, scholars have drawn some attention to the theme of episcopal crisis management, and the works of Neil and Allen, both of them, stand out since they provided bibliographical reviews, conceptual keys, and considered different critical scenarios. Nonetheless, they considered letters as the main source to evaluate this type of crisis and the array of response bishops could try to offer as mediators, suppressors, or creators, thus relegating other sources to a secondary stance. Without disregarding the evidence letters provide, I consider that sermons or homilies can also contribute to a broader historical understanding, like chronicles, as Professor Marcelo has shown us. This happens not only because scholars tend to recalibrate the scope and the very nature of what crisis could mean for any given moment, for instance, the 5th century and the fall of Rome, I mentioned, but mainly because it allows us to relate this to church history. Considering that during this period, bishops gradually sought to expand their political and social influence, sermons and preaching should not be underestimated, since they were one of the expressions and means of aiming their own leadership, in an effort to shape the contours of their own authorities as spokespersons of Christian affairs, in our case, in the face of difficult situations, as we shall see. Whether invented or exaggerated, these episodes and the variable responses by the bishops somehow dialogue with social expectations concerning their leadership, especially from the higher strata, target audience of most of the homilies, and their literary, artistic, and monumental expressions, as well as with the scriptures. It's worthwhile to consider how preaching on the barbarian threat, for instance, could be related to different pastoral projects. Here, I'll take a closer look at the sermons of Leo, Bishop of Rome, amidst hard times in the mid-5th century. Given its political, cultural, and socio-economic prominence, the bulk of epigraphical, archaeological, and literary evidence available and the supposed representative character of its Christian institutions, Rome is on the limelight of the late antique versus Dark Ages debate, as well as the rise of the papacy debate. Regarding the latter, the study of late Roman bishops has often been understood in teleological and apologetic terms as a stage pointing to the medieval or Gregorian papacy. In that case, Leo is considered one of the champions of his period alongside Damasus, Gelasius, and Gregorius, as his letters and sermons attest. Here, I propose a more nuanced vision of his impact, following recent works that offer a less univocal view of the institutional path in which he took part, and tend to regard each Roman bishopric in the terms and challenges of its own context, and lead to a less optimistic and a more critical view of their leadership, successively. As for Leo, despite their differences, authors such as Neil, Salzman, Cohen, and Demacopoulos, to name but a few, have offered insightful interpretations that challenge the premise of a bishop responsible for the triumph at the Council of Chalcedon in 4551, the appropriation of Roman institutions by the Church, and the partial containment of the barbarian threat in the first half of the 450s. So, I'll drive my attention to the sermons in which he presented his view on his own representation as a bishop, sermons from 1 to 5, and then the ones related to the threat posed by barbarians and its consequences, mostly the 84, but also 82 and 83. Most of these are related to the first years of his bishopric, from 440 to 445, when the city and Leo endured hardening challenges. But first, I will consider some aspects regarding Rome's landscape and its presumed Christianization since the mid-4th century. Considering its limits and population, the construction of the Aurelian Wall was decisive to the city's topography. Its construction demanded colossal human and economic resources, tore down streets and public monuments, increased the urban perimeter, embedding places like Campus Martius and Transtiberium, and redefined the relation between inner and outer areas. It also integrated different parts of the city and paved the social basis for future reconstructions, articulating promoters who sought social distinction, people who sought work and provisions, and corporations in charge of providing it. As for its population, Hendrik Day's reassessment used some creative tools and an extensive analysis considering Rome's gradual depopulation, estimating the following numbers. A few remarks on the subject, and some caution, of course, concerning the estimations and the precise dates he offers. According to Hendrik Day, this process was not linear. Population retractions could give space to recoveries, and some stabilization, must also be considered. It's important to keep in mind that Leo's government coincides partially with what can be one of the main periods of retraction, from 455 to 476. In fact, some facts may explain this depopulation, like a similar process occurring on a broader scale in Italy and the impoverishment of imperial rural properties in the West. To some extent, natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, fires, and mainly the infamous sacks of 410, 455, and 472 could also have contributed to the depopulation, but seems troublesome to measure their direct impact despite the trauma they may have caused. They, and also Salzman, consider nonetheless that what seems to be more decisive was the gradual loss of Rome's capacity to reconstruct after local crises and disasters, as the city was constantly losing its attractiveness for lower classes, since food supply and other economic opportunities were waning. In fact, until the end of the Gothic Wars, the city seemed to be able to be rebuilt by new and ingenious uses of its monuments, statues, public and private buildings, streets, and neighborhoods, while some other areas and public spaces were left alone and abandoned. One striking feature of Rome at that time was the coexistence between pagan and Christian spaces, which became more sensitive as the city's Christian population grew from the 4th century onwards. In any case, it does not seem now reasonable to support a triumphant view of the process of Christianization as inevitable or unstoppable, which relied on a skilled interpretation of sources such as the Liber Pontificalis, the mentioned Book of Pontiffs. Considering the wider array of material evidence available in recent decades and some reinterpretation of written sources, it's best to assume an overlap between the Christian city and its pagan counterpart at that time, eventually marked by disputes and competition through public displays of wealth and power, patronage, and notoriety in which temples and other spaces could be on spot. On this stage, traditional leaders and even bishops could collaborate or compete as reformers or patrons of public and private buildings for religious purposes or more generally for the sake of the citizens. As Mark Humphreys warned, I quote, "We should resist the temptation to see these patterns of patronage by emperors, senators, and bishops as entirely separate. Rather, systems of patronage and display of statues were interwoven." End of quote. Christian landscape was made of basilicas and of titular churches, built usually at the expense of the faithful donors who founded them for the benefit of their neighborhoods, while Rome's surroundings included shrines, catacombs, and cemeteries. Bear in mind that bishops were far from occupying a solid leading role back then, since they depended largely on imperial and aristocratic resources to build or repair Christian temples and basilicas. This was somehow contrasted to a secular ambience, which consisted of temples, statues, circuses, amphitheaters, baths, and the Colosseum and Forum area, and its maintenance also depended on imperial and aristocratic resources. In fact, it was a city not only to be disputed in its topography, but also on the rhythms of urban life, considering not only feasts and workdays, but its memory and legacy, at the light of old and recent historical events, as we shall see in the end. Nonetheless, it seems to be that Christian calendar was generally developed, including fast periods, and not only feasts dedicated to martyrs and saints, but also to Easters and Christmas cycles. As for the apostles, at some point Peter was celebrated on 3 dates, in February, in June together with Paul, and I'll mark that, and in August also. As for its bishops, scholars usually considered that from the mid-4th century on, they would be increasingly involved in public or private issues, not only by mediating tensions within Christian communities and between them and the pagans, and by supervising both pastoral themes and, to some extent, the complex building activity. Gradually, they would try to extend and/or settle their influence on Illyria, Italy, and Gaul, as well as in Eastern affairs, and strive to become a consultative source for disciplinary, theological, and liturgical matters to the Western Seas, and to take a more decisive part on Eastern councils. According to Brown and Mill, Between the 430s and the 440s, Roman bishops would partially assume public duties, including provisioning, raising funds to ransom war prisoners and other captives, and taking part on embassies before emperors, generals, and barbarian leaders, the so-called barbarian leaders. Nonetheless, despite the rhetoric of Christian sources, including the Liber Pontificalis, they were then leaders of restricted and even modest capacity, coping with occasional strife with local clergy, mainly on election times, and depending on the favors, supports, and resources of imperial and barbarian courts, as well as the senatorial aristocracy, each is still deeply relevant in any respect. And that's the case for Leo. His life before being elected is poorly known, besides the fact that he worked in the diaconate the years and decades prior. As a deacon during the bishopric of his predecessor, Cessus III, he may have been in charge of some embassies in Gaul on behalf of the Roman See, the last of them occurring when Cestus died and Leo was elected in absentia, possibly in the midst of some quarreling with the local clergy. His bishopric was also involved in the religious controversy that presumably culminated in the above-mentioned Council of Chalcedon, and dealing with increasing barbarian pressure, Vandals on the western Mediterranean since the 430s, and Huns on Italy in the early 450s. Locally, besides his election, Leo dealt early on with challenges like the need to make amends with former supporters of Pelagianism, the consequences of the earthquake of 443, and the tangled influx of refugees from African provinces in the wake of Vandal conquest, that could not only worsen Roman supply, but also because it could lead to religious unease and to the denouncement by Leo of Manichaean activity from 443 to 444. In fact, the See of Rome was already facing some financial problems, which were aggravated after the barbarian decided to lay siege and sack the city in the first half of the 450s. For this reason, even sometimes backed by imperial and aristocratic support, apart from St. Stephen Basilica, Leo could only organize minor buildings or repairs. In face of this, Leo strived to build his image as a Christian leader through preaching. He is the first Roman bishop whose sermons were systematically preserved. The 97 homilies attributed to him aimed at feasts spread throughout the Christian calendar, and most of them were delivered in the first years of his bishopric, as we said. Alongside some of his 143 letters, these homilies are considered a major achievement in establishing the same local calendar, and also a step in reinforcing his role in Rome and elsewhere. It's highly discussed where these homilies were delivered, and according to Michel Salzman, St. Peter's Basilica would be the main stage of Leo's preaching. In order to appraise how he managed to present his episcopal authority amidst such critical times, I would drive my attention to the first sermons delivered at the celebration of his own episcopal consecration on September 29th. Verse 1. Then to the address to the feast of the Apostles Peter and Paul on June 29th, and finally to the one regarding the anniversary of the sack of Rome, most probably delivered at some point between 441 and 445. Although many historians have discussed these sermons partially and not together, I consider that some points may deserve a closer attention. Whether or not it inaugurated the liturgical year at that time, the sermons of Leo's consecration in September were given on a special occasion since he received Italian bishops at home and had the opportunity to promote his own authority to wider and special audiences. alongside some of his letters, modern historians have also extensively appraised them as a skillful tool deployed by Leo to promote his see, both in legal and in spiritual terms, since he presented himself as the, I quote, unworthy heir, end of quote, of the leader of the apostles, Peter, and therefore the Christians, making room for the Petrine primacy reclaim. This reclaim was mostly based on the book of Matthew and on the first epistle of Peter, and in some passages from the Old Testament regarding Melchizedek's priesthood. Patristic authors have long anchored Peter as a source of authority in their debates regarding accusations of heresy, and it's known that Roman Christians esteemed Peter from an early age. Leo, for his part, gave some attention to monuments and temples dedicated to him in his building activities, although limited. Nonetheless, in recent years, some scholars have contributed to nuance this image. This was due mostly to the critical editions of Dole and Chavas published in 1970s, which allowed a revaluation of some sermons given dates and reading against the grain, considering the revision commissioned by Leo of some of these sermons. Hence, authors as Uhaud and Demacopoulos have put this assertive and papal representation of Leo in perspective. As Bronan Leo stated, I quote, it is easy to be misled by the letters and homilies of Leo himself as to the stability of his domain. End of quote. I stand with these most recent thoughts on Leo's preaching portrait. In that case, I will be glad to point to subjects that may deserve more attention. First, that Petrine primacy was cited by other tropes regarding bishops and authority in vogue at that time. Second, starting from the accepted dating of the sermons, their development gradually progressed in Leo's preaching between 440 and 440 time, in time with the Feast of the Apostles, and was succeeded by a final sermon, the Sermon 5, delivered at an uncertain date and with an intriguing tone or content. On the day of his consecration, Leo briefly thanked the audience for the appointment in absentia and stated that he was not supposed to be silent about what benefits he received, what could be confused some way with ingratitude and not the modesty he wanted to point out. It was the apex of a career built in the last decades aside his forebears, but Leo probably had in mind of Sistus' strained re-election some years before, and therefore he called to consensus. This idea of consensus became crucial to pacify elections and church councils, since they both tended to involve increasingly fierce disputes between curial and aristocratic groups aiming at bishoprics. Here, in the first sermon, there is no mention of Peter. I beg you, therefore, by the mercy of the Lord, help with your prayers the one for whom you have voted with your desires. Pray that the Spirit of grace might retain in me, and that you might not begin to reconsider your decision. May the one who has instilled you an eager longing for agreement provide for us all the shared benefit of peace. 1 year later, he presented his authority in close relation to Peter. But first, he began the sermon reinforcing the contrast between the lowliness of his condition to the greatness of his office as a bishop. I quote, "In order to make his grace marvelous, God has bestowed his gift on one in whom he had found no endorsement of merits." End of quote. To try to persuade the audience of his exceptional condition as the unworthy heir of the most blessed apostle, Leo had also to insist both on the topic of his modest condition and of the episcopal burden, another trope. These tropes usually subsidized one another as bishops were receiving more and more social prominence and led to anxious reflections of Christian authors regarding the first epistle of Timothy's warning against those who aspired bishoprics not as good works but as something else. As Claudia Rapp argued, they were expected to rule in good terms with classical public etiquette. Like magistrates, bishops were also, I quote, were expected to display the same virtues of justice, respect for the laws, integrity, indifference to bribery, gentleness, and forgiveness. End of quote. Therefore, appeals to the notions of burden and consensus played an important role on Leo's earliest definitions of authority. The former was connected to the Petrine primacy idea, much more developed on later sermons, the Sermon 3 until the 5th sermon. In fact, Sermon 3 can be considered the most detailed account on this theme presented on his preaching, according to Demacopoulos. We can see that this idea was developed on the first 4 years of his bishopric, with some trial balloon and risks involved. Indeed, if we consider that the given dates for the Feast of the Apostles are also correct, we can consider the following timeline put together. In that case, it's noteworthy that Peter surpassed Paul in successive Feasts of the Apostles, as seen above, and maybe Leo borrowed from some reflections delivered on this occasion, the Feast of the Apostles, especially the Sermon 83, when he celebrated his own consecration some 15 months later, the Sermon 4. And then there is the 5th sermon. Okay. Delivered sometime after 444, its alternative presented the themes of Petrine primacy and Melchizedek. However, when compared to the others, here the theme of Peter's succession was contrasted more intensely with Leo's presumed inferior condition. And then, a quote, "If we look at ourselves, at our own resources, we can barely find anything that we deserve to be happy about. As a result, no bishop can attain to such a degree of perfection, no prelate remains so untarnished that he ought to offer sacrifice for the propitiation for the failings of his people only, and not also for his own sins." Emphasis added. In his last two passages, the skill to overcome difficulties was stressed because it was associated with Petrine support through martyrdom and his ability to condemn or reconcile. And then I quote, "Who then will be so unacquainted with the glory of blessed Peter, or so begrudging in their estimation of it, as to believe any segments of the Church not guided by his watchful concern or endowed with his help? That love for God and for human beings, which has not succumbed under fear to any prison walls, any chains, any rioting mobs, or any potentates' threats, flourishes indeed and lives on in the leader of the apostles. We experience firsthand in many situations how he presides with salutary advice, he with fair judgments. Since the right to bind and to loose remains in our possession, through the guidance of blessed Peter, the condemned can be led to penance and the reconciled to pardon. Although we cannot define its precise date, it seems to be the most intense preaching statement regarding his bishopric, and it seems plausible to relate it to a critical situation. Therefore, it deserves more attention from historians. Nonetheless, Peter would be at the core of another feast, while the later sermon, Sermon 83, only mentioned Peter and may have served as basis for Sermon 4, the sermon delivered 2 years prior, the sermon number 82, in 441, had given Leo the opportunity to pose himself in the debate on the legacy of Rome regarding the contrast between its ancient founders and the apostles. The backdrop of this dispute was the wider quarrel involving Christians and pagans, especially from the 4th century on, when Rome and its emperors gradually aligned with Christian leaders. However, the turmoil culminating in the sack of Rome in 410 revived the debate, leading authors as Orosius, Salvian, and mostly Augustine, among others, to present their arguments against those who accused Christian emperors of misdeeds that eventually led to the discontent of the gods and sealed the fate of Rome. Given the difficulties faced from the beginning, Leo recalled the civic relevance of the apostles to try to enforce his position as their spokesperson. He agreed with the premise that the Pax Romana contributed to spread Christianity not only throughout the empire, but on its center, where the apostles could re-find it as its, I quote, holy fathers and true shepherds, therefore despising Romulus and Remus on the account of the fratricide. Although their feast was still mentioned in the calendars of 354 and 448, from the second half of the 4th century on, the ancient twins were intensely criticized by Christian authors like Ambrose, Prudentius, and Orosius, both condemning this controversial episode and their appealing in general to traditionalism, preferring to praise the apostolic relevance of the city and of the empire. In sum, for Christians, it was a questioning of redefining the Roman civilizing mission, announced by Virgil, among others, in their own terms. In order to emphasize the importance of the apostles, Leo thus presented a quote from the mentioned first epistle of Peter and downplayed any military and political achievements of Rome, bypassing the criticism made by pagans about the reasons for the sack of 410. And then I quote, although grown larger by many victories, you have spread out the law of your empire on land and sea. Nevertheless, what the labors of war have subjected to you is less than what the peace of Christ has subdued. For this reason, although mentioning Roman rule, Leo emphasized that it came at the cost of absorbing the errors of all nations, choosing to put this debate more on an intellectual and cultural level that, in any case, maintained the historical relevance of the city in contrast to its growing socio-economic, demographic, and political difficulties. It was not only a question of reviewing Roman history from a Christian perspective, but of reaffirming Petrine authority even among the apostles. Hence, Leo stated that while both of them were leaders of the apostles, equivalent in election, work, and martyrdom, Peter nonetheless had greater prominence because he went to Rome while Paul carried out other missions. And he, Peter, had walked into, I quote, this deep ocean of wicked superstition, end of quote. For this reason, he would be proclaimed, I quote, leader of the apostolic order, end of quote, whose throne made the city the head of the world, caput mundi. In this way, Leo took part in the patristic construction of Peter's apostolic leadership. 3 months later, Peter would be mentioned for the first time in a consecration sermon, the Sermon 2 I mentioned previously. As for the other sermon dedicated to the Feast of the Apostles, Sermon 83, Paul was not mentioned at all. And finally, we turn our attention to the sermon on the sack of Rome. This is the source from the Leonine corpus that most directly dealt with the barbarian threat. Considering the discussion about the dating and place in the Roman calendar, I consider that, first, the sermon was delivered on 30th September or 6th August between 441 and 445. And second, the sermon had an allusion to a feast created in Rome by the Bishop Innocent in the mid-410s, giving thanks for the barbarian relief, and which possibly continued to be celebrated until Leo's time in the mid-5th century. First, Leo complained about the negligence of the Roman Christians, who seemed to prefer games and circuses than to spend the occasion with vigils and fasts. For him, this was an affront to the apostles and to God, who, I quote, willed to soften the hearts of raging barbarians, end of quote, during the sack. And then he asked, who restored this city to safety? Who snatched it from captivity? Who protected from slaughter? It was the games of the circus or the watchful care of saints. Assuredly, it was by their prayers that the sentence of divine judgment was appeased, so that we who deserve wrath might be saved for forgiveness. The risk that these practices would be contagious to Christians led Leo to propose some contention measures. Thus, established Christians should refrain from contact with those outsiders who, not recognizing the favors of the saints, I quote, who have been with us in many difficulties, end of quote, could maybe cause a new sack, considering the pressure the Vandals and later the Huns, the Huns and later the Vandals had did against Rome. Salzman believes that Leo probably had good reason to be concerned. Far from being a preaching trope, games and circuses still mobilized considerable aristocratic sums and attention. Although delicate, the exhorted remembrance of the sack could help reinforce his authority in Rome. Once again, this was done by alluding to Peter as responsible for the city's salvation. And I quote, for our correction, let us make use of the gentleness of one who spares us, the blessed Peter, and all the saints. End of quote. To conclude, related to the renewal of the late antique and the early medieval fields, and these with archaeology and epigraphy, the history of the Roman bishops and that of Leo in particular can and should be associated with more specific contexts and concerns. Regarding the strategies that these sermons employed, Leo anchored his authority as Peter's authorized spokesperson, albeit in a less systematic and ready-made way than one might assume. As for the sack of 410, most likely under the influence of the hard times on the first half of the 440s, Leo recalled the disaster to reinforce his civic authority and to confront some practices and spaces considered by him to be deviant, and yet endowed with relevant aristocratic support, and most probably popular at that time. Of course, there is much to be done, refining the tools of discourse analysis, carefully evaluating the reviews of these and others of Leo's sermons, the correlation between his sermons and his letters, as well as between sermons and Rome topography, as Salmon recently proposed, in the light of archaeological and epigraphic data, among others. In any case, as a whole, these reflections and their future developments point to a Roman bishop less related to the history of the papacy and more to the history of Rome in the 4th to 6th centuries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo. And now we have time for question. I invite again the Professor here, please.
I'm sorry.
So, any question? See? See?
So, question for the Mr. Face. So, can I do in Portuguese for him? Or in English is better? You can say the Portuguese and you translate it. I have a question. If we can observe different usages of this crisis phenomenon, for example, atmospherical phenomena or famine or plague, for example, if we can observe different uses of them in different traditions, like maybe in Latin texts, they are, I don't know, plague and famine are more utilized than, for example, astronomical events, and in Arab sources, it's different. So that's my question. And for Professor Drini, is it possible to see if it's possible to see to analyze the relation between the groups that inhabit like the seaside or that littoral and the groups that inhabit the mountains in this context of struggles between the papacy and like the Byzantines? Is it possible to analyze the relationship between these communities on the seaside and these communities on the mountains, for example, in the Adriatic? I'm thinking especially because I know about like the development of Glagolitic alphabets in like interior, and I was wondering if maybe there's a dispute between the groups, and we can see, for example, the Glagolitic alphabet and the Latin alphabet being utilized in this dispute. So that's the indication.
No, please. It's a very difficult first question, but very interesting. Glagolitic language is used in the Gregorian, North Dalmatia, and not just internal, but also in Kirk Island, where the influence of Grecian Church was very important. And when I spoke about Council of Split in 1925, which wanted to impose Latin and Roman liturgy, it was against the church, the Thracian church, run by Gregorius of Nina, very near of Zadar, who wanted preserve Glagolitic and first Croatian language for the liturgy. And there is this struggle very strong between the Roman way, the Latin way for liturgy, and the Slavic Glagolitic, not just in German, but also in Kirk, where we can see, for example, the famous Plaszącka, the inscription, the first Glagolitic. It's very, very interesting.
First of all, I wanted to emphasize the similarity between the different narrative traditions. It's the most interesting thing to me to see, for example, Greeks and Latin and Arab texts and see that their perception of crisis is almost the same in order to create, to invent responses to the crisis. But it's true. It's also true that there are many differences. I think that, for example, plague, it's far more important in the Muslim traditions, Arab traditions, chronicles, than in Latin chronicles. In Latin chronicles, famine is very important. Plague a little bit, but it's interesting to see that in Latin chronicles, for example, all these crisis events are called tribulaciones in general. But many times it's very difficult to see what kind of event the author is describing. So the word tribulaciones is very important, describing in a general sense, in a general meaning, crisis in Latin texts. But these differences are not so important to me than the considerations about this kind of narrative community in the Mediterranean, in the post-Roman
Other question?
Question to Professor Stefan. But before that, I would like to thank you, Professor Marcelo Cândido, for inviting such scholars specialized in Adriatic, because it's a black hole. The studies of ocean or Mediterranean in the Middle East and Antiquity. So it's very interesting because we have the same question about Central Mediterranean in this region, and later I will expect to then put down story. And I have one question. It's a kind of commentary. Could you tell us more about the challenge of studying this region? Because there are a lot of challenges, not commentary about the language, these countries.
No, just something like that. First is maybe the less important, but the first is maybe academic, and I'll speak about it first. Because French historians are divided into two parts. The Occidentalists, who are studying Occident, the Western part, and les Orientalistes, who are studying like Eastern part. The problem are the first are studying in the middle of Adriatic Sea, and the second are beginning from Epirus. And we are Eastern Adriatic, above all, I speak about early Middle Age, because I say it's not true for antiquity. I think that. And that's why for the medievalists, we have no study, recent study on Croatia, Montenegro, early Eastern. There are a lot of things to do in archaeology, in history, archaeology, theology. And for example, it's incredible. In our program, we are realizing the first map of Benedictine monastery. Incredible. There are a lot of monasteries. First, a church, and there are a lot of things to do because of academic reasons. After, there are a lot of important reasons, but it's true that today the presence of this region of the world of Europe as has a lot of political problem about border, the community. You can remind the war of former Yugoslavia.
The war very present.
Very present, in particular now. In this year, I was in Bosnia one ago. It's incredible. And Middle Age, and in particular early Middle Age, thing allows us to understand a lot of things. For example, why Croatia is so Catholic, Roman Catholic, and the unique country
of Eastern Adriatic, being Catholic, because we have Orthodox Serb, we have Muslim, and we can understanding this strategy, this pontifical strategy imposing its authority from the 11th century. And I think that one of main challenges is to understand the present. But there are a lot of things to see.
And Dalmatia, in a way, I mean, integrated way. We have other countries there, Spain, Chile, the same in my period.
Yes. I look forward to hearing you. Exactly. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm not really have a question because I'm not an expert in the field. Just a very
Thank you.
just a very brief comment regarding the discussion about the gradually conflict. Let's not forget that it was actually an innovation and creation of the two brothers, the Saint Cyril and Methodius, who were born in Thessaloniki. When their father was a high Byzantine official, their mother was, the sources say she was a Slavic woman in both languages. And the creation of the alphabet was actually a very political act of the Byzantine court, the Byzantine emperor, in order to provide the Slavonic Slavic people with system already. I think it's important to
Very important. Thank you.
but at the same time, at least I hear that this was a very up and keep the area within the sphere of influence of physically. That's a lot, I don't know. But it's what the people who create.
Other question, but maybe I have a sport question. So why Byzantine Empire let it happens? Because Byzantine Empire let it happen in Dalmatia. I mean, the strategy, the papal strategy, the Romanization of part of his empire. Dalmatia is a theme, administrative theme of Byzantium. And it's very strange for me to understand that. And I think that the answer is that Byzantine Empire in this part is maybe not so strong. Yes.
That's one question to have some influence. So, as I said, I'm not really medieval expert, but just this is a very important fact. The creation of this alphabet, because it that led to the creation of the next assuming alphabet. All these allowed the other people that have their own script start translating literature into Slavic languages and get away from the official Latin or Greek strong languages.
Thank you. Professor
Yeah, thank you. Not so much of a question, also, but more of a synthesizing comment on the three as which I thought worked extremely well together. So thank you, all three of you, for individual contributions, but thank you to the organizers bring this together and make this an organic home, I think. And the idea behind this is that all three of you, that you look at events and places and regions and but actually you are interested in the narratives that emanate from these places and the new discourse environments that are being fueled by the experience of famines, concrete constellation in a coastal region, and whatnot. So in a way, all talk about, I'm trying to relate this back to our conference. In a way, you talk about something that Biwa Tiongo, Kenya, the philosopher, had called globallectics. So how word and text are rooted in concrete place and fueled by concrete place, but are being transferred to provide new narratives at a global order. And I think all three of you have made this very clear how those tiny little places like the city of or any kind of famine or elsewhere, how all this runs to a new global discourse reality. That's a really fascinating observation that all three of you have made individually and patched together, as it were. It starts with, and it's my point now, religion. It starts with Constantine. Constantine fosters this new discourse about invincibility, although he's not really very great on the battlefield. Reality, like on the ground, and discursive realities sort of go in different directions. So, under the umbrella and inspired by and facilitated through universalistic principles of church. So this new discourse word, is this a new global discourse word because it has this inherent quality of being universal as a religious unifying narrative? At least it makes that claim. And I'm not talking real, I'm talking discursive. The claim for universality and the claim, is that implicit in this, for a new globality? Would you go that far in your analysis? And I find it's interesting how those four narratives are very similar. Yeah, because they roam through the same intellectual realm that is provided by and governed and steered by religious ideas.
I love Archaic and his theories, but I think that it's a real problem to us before the strength of the Pyrenees thesis, because the idea of a great separation in the Mediterranean world after the 7th century, 6th or 7th century, in my opinion, is not only my opinion, of course, it's very exaggerated, because I think it's very interesting to see the big picture, and if you are able to compare different traditions from different parts of this, we can see very interesting points of common in these traditions. For example, the way these traditions regard the crisis, the famine plague, for example, it's very simple. And I think that the idea of the Mediterranean as a frontier is a very bad idea at the end, because we are in front of a different thing. I don't believe in Mediterranean as an object. I love. I discussed with Stéphane Geny early about the article of Ian Morris, Mediterraneization. I think the idea of a process. We must pay attention to the communities. We must pay attention to the traditions, to the narrative traditions. We must pay attention to the ways that these different communities react from the same phenomenon. So I think that the idea of Mediterraneization, it's a very good start to think differently the problem. Of course, we have a lot of good texts about Mediterranean, a very good a lot of good books about the subject. But I think that the idea of Mediterraneization, it's a very interesting start to think not only the difference, but the relations and far beyond the shock of civilization, because I think that's the point. In nowadays, the idea of the shock between Christians and Muslims in contemporary Europe, it's a very complicated point. And I think that we must read again all these narrative traditions in this work.
But unlike Ian Morris, you have a narrative that you can unpack for us, and that's what you did. You showed that this cursive word, which we don't see in the Iron Age, archaeologists unpack it for us, but they do this implicitly. You have the intellectual reflection in your written sources about these processes. So I think this is really a new caliber what happens in your talks, and that's very excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with Marcelo, and that's why, in particular, about the importance of community. Very important. That's why yesterday I shared this question of the sense, the meaning of the word community. Thank you for your question. I think, and I agree, the birth of written power of script, of a written representation of the world, and it is very important. In France, and in the same thing, if you meet a French, and if you ask him who created France, and French, almost all French can answer Clovis. Clovis. Maybe you don't know it's like all French, because the first Christian king of the France. And why? Because they say he chose Paris as capital. He converted the monarchy. He expand his kingdom till the Mediterranean, etc. The problem in that, and General de Gaulle wrote all began with Clovis, etc. The problem is that we have no line, no document, no line from Clovis' time on Clovis. We have also the year of the death of Clovis, 511, a chronicle, a Gallic chronicle, which don't speak about Clovis. Incredible. And is Bafem, no documents. We have nothing. How can we imagine and why all French answer that all begin with Clovis? Because of Gregorian.
Yeah.
1 century later, we invented a story for reasons very precise, who becomes the story of France. Incredible. When we are electing our new president, during in television, during debate on economy, they speak about Clovis. But it's an invention, and it is the power of the script. And Bishop have invented that. I think.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
And the second power is that.
Caesar.
Excuse me?
Caesar invented Gaul.
Oh. I agree. Ghosts, not gold, ghosts. These are. Paulo.
Okay, there is one question uh, uh, Peter made me here, but he made it in Portuguese, so I'll try to answer in English. Okay,
Okay.
so so thank you, Victor, for the question. Actually, we can see that from the late antiquity on, bishops they they would try to put the limits, the contours, and power and authorities in many different texts and sources. I think immediately in tracts, epistles, councils, records, and acts, hagiographies, chronicles, eventually, and others. These written sources, of course, they were related but not subjected to material culture and epigraphy and other types of evidence. They are connected, but they are not in any way right now. You can't think of them being in some kind of hierarchy. And of course, that complicates even more the question and the analysis. But it's a good complication. Let's say like that. Let's pose it like that. And there is two things about your question regarding the local and the global that comes to mind. I asked some months ago Professor Carlos Machado about Rome's paradigmatic role regarding archaeology and epigraphy and the Christian history. And it's kind of puzzling to deal with Rome, not only because the city has so much data available uh, on these cultural material sources and evidences, but because we kind of assume that the papacy was still there from that time. And we almost all the time we tend to look at Rome's Christian history as something not only theological but exemplary. And that's the difficulty between reading against the grain. Michelle Salzman, for instance, when the book I mentioned, the beginning of my presentation, The Falls of Rome, she chooses expressly not to talk about Rome in global perspective. And she didn't go as far as to explain this better, but I can guess that Rome has so much evidence and so many specialists from different types of sciences and data available that it's maybe it should be really difficult to pose Rome on this scale. Then I prefer, as a first approach, to consider Rome in the Mediterranean ambit. I think it's safer to consider that the construction of episcopal authority in texts could be better understand if we consider the Western Mediterranean and the Eastern Mediterranean, despite their differences. Because in the Eastern issues, Rome dispute space and power against sees such as Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and others eventually. While when Rome looked at the Western seas, besides maybe Toledo or Arles in France, they would face no rival. But to complete it, I guess that there is another difference between studying episcopal authority construction and the sermons space on it, and Peter encouraging. I think Peter's encourage can be treated as a global issue, as uh, a global subject. And I can see that studying and looking and discovering so many books regarding how different Christian communities and Muslim communities and the varied communities absorbed Peter's legacy. It seems to be really hard to put this all together, but I think there's a good chance to study him from a global perspective, from a wider perspective than the Mediterranean I'm posing to the Episcopal authority texts and sources. I don't know if I answered, but I think it goes on that way.
Thank you.
Yes.
one question to Paolo. Thank you, Paolo. Don't you think that we should use the word papacy al plural? Al plural. Papacies maybe because during the late antiquity, I think church is multipolar. And we can see, for example, at the end of the 5th century, a schism, the Laurentian schism, with two popes who defended two conceptions absolutely different from papacy, from the church. And it's very interesting to see this struggle into the Church of Rome. And the church is multipolar. And for example, after the sack of Rome, for 4010, the answer didn't come from Rome, from Pope of Rome, from the Pope, but from Christian Africa. The answer is De Civita Dei from St. Augustine, who explained why Alaric entered in Rome. I think nobody here can say who was the Pope in 410 or 411, but all know St. Augustine and this is the Church of late antiquity, multipolar. What do you think? Do you agree? Or?
I totally agree, Professor Stefan. Really, and it's quite challenging to study Rome's bishopric, really, because you have to consider the local clergy, the disputes between the episcopate and the titular churches, like the suburban factions that rounds around the cemeteries and the catacombs. It's I think that's the most one of the most solid biographic illusions made by the church history. As I'm quoting Bourdieu's concept of biography illusion, and I totally agree that it likes Roman bishops. They reveal when you study Roman sees, you see a history developed in so many layers and so many poles, as you said. So it's multipolar, and it's really challenging to study that. But I agree, it's challenging and it's interesting. And I invite, of course, to all students and scholars to keep this movement on, studying and trying to of course, and to compare the Christian city to the pagan counterpart, as I said. So archaeologists and scholars like Carlos Machado, they are trying to reveal this city that the Liber Pontificalis, for instance, tried to cover, tried to silence us. So I totally agree. It's a challenge and a good one.
Thank you very much.
I have a question to Professor Stefan. Thank you very much for the talk. I'm thinking about the legends, the papal legends linked from Rome and the Adriatic communities. I am tempted to place these legends inside the very long Mediterranean tradition of narrative production for binding communities together. But differently from this ancient tradition that was based on genealogies, this new early Middle Ages tradition of apostolic inventions have another roots. So my question is how these legends relate to earlier traditions of narratives binding communities or linking communities, and how these legends, these new legends, relate to the regional forms of linking communities together.
Interesting. Thank you very much. very difficult. The apostolic legends are very common in the 11th century because of the Gregorian reform, because of the will to extend, to impose the Roman authority, because it's a way to legitimate the Roman power. Because one chair of the Pope said, "You are Christian because of who? Because of the state of Rome, because of Saint Peter, who sent his friend disciple to evangelize." It's a way and an instrument, very important to this reform that I presented. And we can see this in Provence, in Spain, in the Dalmatia. The problem after this is when I said that this Domino disciple of Saint Peter was not a disciple, but was a bishop murdered, who died because of Diocletian. If I say that, everyone can say that. And to answer this problem, to find a solution, they all fled from the 13th century. In reality, it is not a problem because there were two domino, the real and the false. They fled the disciple of Saint Peter, the real, but also our bishop from the 4th century. And after, the second problem is that the body that the relic are the relic of the disciple of Saint Peter, or the bishop of the 4th. It's a real problem because now you can see the Pope going in split to pray in front of relics of Domino. But relics of Domino are in Rome too, but we don't know whom how is right. Thank you. Good morning. For the questions, it goes to why the family narrative, not believe that they would go through the same situation again. And how do I? Regarding the invasion, that's question of it. It's about two men, not prefer all my children. About Paulo, regarding the invasion of Attila, the end in the relationship between his departure from home and the integration of the level first, is there any connection with the documents rising about the primacy of the papacy which is first?
Sorry, I missed the end of the question. Sorry. Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Regarding the invasion of Attila, the relationship between his departure from Rome and the intervention of the first, is there any connection with the documents rising about the primacy of the papacy with the first? Thank you.
I guess so. I thought people wouldn't ask because the main problem regarding the sack of Rome and Christian bishops is that the sack from 410 and mostly the sack of Vandals and the presence of Attila, they are basically not preserved in Roman archives. No, Leo is the first bishop of Rome to be systematically preserved in terms of letters and sermons, and none of them deal directly or even indirectly with the problem posed by barbarians. The Liber Pontificalis, as far as I can remember, just quoted the Vandal sack as the Vandal disaster, and that's it. So, in order to study how Leo dealt with the siege made by Attila and later by the sack and a hard sack, a really it lasted maybe 2 weeks, if I can remember, the sack made by by Gaiseric. In order to assess how Roman bishops and Leo in particular dealt with this, you have to rely on chronicles, mostly by Prosper of Acton. I think is the main basis for trying to construct and think of how he reacted in the face of the sack and the siege. But even that source is kind of compromised because, as Salzman has told us, as analyzed to us, Prosper is close connected to Leo, and maybe some can think of Prosper even writing some of his sermons or letters. So it's quite astonishing for me to see that the Roman bishops didn't talk about it. You wouldn't expect that in a book like the Book of the Pontiffs. The Liber Pontificalis is not about that. It's almost an accountability book made by someone in the Vatican in Roman affairs. But it's quite strange to see that Leo didn't mention directly the barbarians. And when he did, in some way, he was more worried about the alleged negligence of the feast, in the reverence, in remembering the most famous sack of 410. But if we assume that this sermon was delivered in the first decade of his bishopric, the Vandals were the main threat, not Attila or the Huns. The Vandals, right before they sealed the peace treaty with Valentinian III. So it was something more, was not a direct threat. It was something that was disturbing the provision of the city. And of course, to a city like Rome, this is really delicate, to say the least. It's dangerous for Christian leaders or other types of leaders to be dealing with hunger, and anger also. But I think the Vandals were indirectly more decisive for the building of this sermon, and they were like on the verge of it. They were like one shore ahead, and especially right after they conquered Carthage. Like Chris Wickham, Salzman, Hendrik Days, they all agreed that this was not decisive, but was something that Rome will have to endure the centuries and decades later. Was a critical blow to Rome's stability and safety as well. So I think the Vandals, more than Attila and the Huns, they are in the mind and the preaching of Leo, if we agree with that date that historians they intend to work. So the sermons from the first decade and the first half of the 440s. Thank you.
Sorry, but I'm not sure if I correctly understood your question. Can you repeat, please?
Because in our point of view, it is those who might defend the narrative don't believe that they would go through the same situation again.
So, good question, Thracian. But first of all, I think it's very important to try to compare past and present families. Next year in June you organize at a conference about past and present families in comparison. I invited some colleagues from antiquity, from medieval and modern times, and for contemporary times. The idea is to try to analyze some case studies from the past and from the present in order to try to understand not only the narrative questions, but also the social responses from these families in these narratives. And also, our main goal is to try to put families from the past and families from the present in an equal level. Because we had in the past a very traditional and strong hypothesis about the difference, the radical difference between past and present families. Modernization would be the great change in the ways that family occur, but it's not so true. We have, for example, for medieval families, the impact of the commercialization in the narratives, and we have nowadays the impact of climate change, the temperature, etc. So we think that it's a good moment to compare past and present families in order to try to solve a big problem. What's the role of the historians in this context? Not only to interpret past phenomena, past families, but also to participate in the contemporary debate about family. That's our challenge.
Thank you again for your presence, and we will see you later after lunch.
Thank you very much.
Grazie a lei. Ci vediamo.
Bom, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Eduardo Neves. I'm the director of the Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology, and I just came here very briefly to say hello to everybody, to welcome you. I know you've been here. Some of you have taught classes already here. You've been here for a few days, or even maybe a week. But still, I'd like to thank you for coming and being here with us in this meeting today. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Christina and Wagner, for putting together this meeting. I couldn't come. I was traveling, so I couldn't be here for the previous days, but I saw the program. It looks really outstanding. It's an honor for us to receive scholars from different places in the world, from Europe, but also from Australia and elsewhere. And for us, it's very important. As you probably know, you did know about that beforehand, or you found out during this time here. We have an ongoing project, a program of research in the Mediterranean that goes back to the 1960s. It's a very important program for us. Our colleague, Professor Beatriz, is here. She's a former director of the museum, and most of us were trained by Professor Beatriz or under her influence. So this program is really very important for us, and I'm very glad to see that we're able to put it into this program into a new, be able to refresh it and to make it, keep its relevance in the present. I think the fact that we're having this meeting here, and that people, again, like you, came from different places to attend and to present your research, to share your experiences, is something which is really very important and that we cherish a lot. I don't know if I think you had the chance to go to our museum. We are, I still believe in it. Maybe I'm the only one. Some of us, believe that we're moving to a new building. That there's a new project which is being under construction. The construction has been interrupted, but the president of the university just signed a document allowing for the retaking of the construction of the new building. So hopefully, like in maybe 2 or 3 years, we're going to have a better place to host you when you come here again, and to have meetings of this sort. We know that we have students that have been moving back and forth. Felipe was in Germany. Guilherme was in Greece. Rodrigo, I don't see him here, but he spent 1 year with Tamar. Maybe I'm not doing justice to everyone who's been moving back and forth. We also have colleagues from Europe.
Mateus in German also.
Oh, sorry, Mateus in German as well. Stood me alive. No. And Viviana is here, and Leonardo is here as well. I mean, our program in Mediterranean research is very important because from the beginning, and I remember back, 30 years ago, when I started as a young faculty at the museum, it was this program that really held together, a very important level of scholarship for us in the museum. So it established like a reference that many of us from my generation at the museum took as an important benchmark for the work that we wanted to do. And again, it's very important to see. It's this meeting today, the other meetings that have been organized, and hopefully the meetings that will be held in the future here in Brazil or also elsewhere are a mark of the importance of the program of Mediterranean research that we have at the museum. We are an interesting place because we are very eclectic. We are 17 faculty. I don't know if you've been briefed about the structure of the museum. I think I may say a few words about that. And we do research. Most of us are archaeologists. I'm an archaeologist myself, but I work here in Brazil, in the Amazon region of Brazil. But we have our colleagues, Christina and Wagner, working in the Mediterranean. Most of us work in Brazil. We also have ethnologists that do research among indigenous populations in Brazil. And also we just hired recently, this year actually, a young faculty that works in Africa, doing ethnographic research in Africa. So a big challenge for us. I think that's a wealth for a place like maybe it would be hard to find such an arrangement in a European institution because it's, the traditions are much older there. And one advantage maybe of being in a place like as Brazil that we have like the freedom to create different arrangements. They may seem a little bit odd from the outset, but I think they work really well. And the museum, our museum, I think is a testimony of the benefits of such an approach. Each of us brings a different perspective from the work that we are doing. The fact that we have students working in different places here in Latin America, not only in Brazil, but also in Peru, in the Mediterranean. It's really interesting because, being together, changing their experiences, I think that allows for much stronger opportunity for them to become good scholars, because they're exposed to different traditions of scholarship and different research topics as well. What else should I say here? We are, we're proud of our graduate program. We have, like, off and on, don't know the numbers by heart now, like 80, so like around 80 graduate students, masters and PhD levels. This is a public university, it's totally free, so there's no tuition involved with that. All students who come under our program don't pay any tuition whatsoever, and we're happy to realize that we also pay. Most of them are funded with scholarships, so they don't pay anything to study here, and they receive also scholarship from the program so that they can keep them dedicated themselves basically to the work that they're doing. We've been very successful in applying. There's a local state, probably it's funding part of this event as well. There's a local state foundation. Leonardo has a scholarship from them. Papacy, the bureaucracy may be a little bit crazy sometimes, and it drives us crazy. So I think we have to be very thankful for them, because most of the students were here who had the chance to spend some time abroad, studying abroad, went to to Europe, basically in this case here, with scholarships from this foundation called FAPESP. So they're having this good structure here at the university, being a public university, being a public and free university. We're very proud of that, and also being able to apply for benefits from this agency really help us to bring a robust, keep it being robust, and strengthening this program over time, and hopefully we'll be able to hire new faculties in the not so distant future to make it even stronger. So I think that's what I had to say. Really, I'm sorry that I wasn't here before. I'm sorry that I'll have to leave shortly because I'm traveling tonight again. But I thank you all for being here. I hope to see you again in the not so distant future. Our museum is always open for collaborations. I'm glad to hear that there are some ideas about future research going on as well. And thanks for the students also for helping and being here attending the meeting. And thank you very much. And above all, I'd like to thank Christina and Wagner for organizing this meeting and bringing everybody together here. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for all help that you have given us. The employees, everybody is helping us a lot. Without you, I'm sure this don't happen.
Yeah, much more.
Yeah.
I think we really lost the museum while we work, and every time that something like that happens, we all work together to make it happen.
Yeah.
Because it's important for the museum, it's important for the program, so we do it very gladly. And it goes the other way around. So that's a good way to
Thanks so
do
much.
things.
Okay, thanks so much. And now,
Well, good afternoon. I'd like to thank the speakers on this panel, whom I have the pleasure of moderating. Please, thank you. This panel is titled Case Studies, the Greek Polis, and it is the last one of this very amazing conference. We begin our panel with Professor Petia Ilieva. The title of her talk is The Sanctuary of the Greek Gods on Samothrace, as a reflection of the formation and development of the Greek polis. I would like to present Professor Ilieva is an associate professor and senior assistant researcher at the Institute for Balkan Studies and Center for Trachology, Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, Sofia. And her research focus is the archaeology of Thrace, the Northern Aegean and the Eastern, correct? More than of course, but we have a very but please, thank you.
Shall I? It's my turn. Okay. Dear colleagues, before I start with my talk, finally, it's my turn on the last day. And after so many, thank you. Again, my turn to say thank you very much for bringing us here. It's been a very long journey, long distance travel, as they like to say it. But it's an incredible chance for me. So thank you very much for all the effort that you went through with documentation and everything. Now, in my presentation, I will discuss the archaeological and epigraphical evidence discovered in the sanctuary of the great gods, as well as related written testimonial illuminating the mechanisms of the foundation of the polis and its ethnically, linguistically, and culturally mixed community. Contrasting interpretations of the material record and the written sources regarding the events surrounding the establishment of the polis will be presented, as well as an integrated reading of the collective evidence. Do I use this arrow to change? Yeah. This one. Okay. Raising 1,664 meters above sea level, the island of Samothrace is second only to Mount Athos in height for the entire northern Aegean, which makes it a landmark, especially for the comparatively low altitude of the northeastern Aegean. Unlike many Aegean islands, Samothrace is rich in freshwater and forested areas. Several campaigns of archaeological excavations have been held on the island of Nickel, and you can see the famous statue, which is why they call it like that. It was discovered there. During the last 2 centuries, bringing to light a considerable amount of material and epigraphic evidence, largely available in the Samothrace series. Is there anything that I can point, or I just use? Yeah, I can use one. Yeah, these are some of the Samothrace volumes. However, the international fame which the sanctuary enjoyed in Hellenistic times and the interest into its mysteries, because it's such a type of sanctuary, reflected in the amount of contemporaneous and later written testimonies, predetermined heavily the choice of the grounds of the sanctuary as main focus of archaeological research. Modern researchers fell under the spell of the secrecy of the sanctuary and its dramatic landscape as much as the ancient authors. And now, since the focus of my presentation is the formation of the polis, its elements, such as the ancient city, its cemeteries and sanctuaries, will be discussed alongside the evidence from the sanctuary of the great gods. And here, just quickly to give you an idea of, these are very recent architectural 3D restorations of how the sanctuary looked like in Hellenistic times. Now, located on 2 hills, this one and this one, at the core area of the sanctuary, here, which housed the most important code buildings and is the earlier one in terms of use, is framed by 2 small ravines with 2 ribs. This way, it was separated by the largely later public, this one here, public buildings to the west and the ancient town to the east of it. The ancient town is here, we'll see it later. No puribulous wall, usual for Greek sanctuaries, was ever reported. The architecturally monumental face of the sanctuary does not appear to predate the late 4th century BC. Since my discussion of the formation of the polis of Samothrace will be discussed on its earliest archaic phase, when various elements of its culture can still be disentangled, the architecture of the sanctuary will be omitted as not relevant to the topic. The ancient city remains archaeologically unexplored, apart from small-scale rescue and trenches in various spots of its vast territory. You can see this is the area of the city. The enclosure wall, still well preserved and visible, and here are some photographs, has sections built in different techniques, such as polygonal, isodomic, pseudo-isodomic, and its dating ranges between archaic 6th century and 3rd century BC. The enclosed area of the city here is unusually large. It's being calculated as 50 acres and includes the steep slopes of Aiorgis Peak. Here you can see part of it, here going down, whose ridge functioned as a natural fortification along the eastern border of the city, only partially complemented by the wall. And you can see that there is wall only where they needed to complement the natural. It has been proposed that perhaps not all of its territory was used for habitation in public spaces. Rather, its steep southern tip may have housed animal herds in heat or in winter, which can be, the winter on the island can be harsher in comparison to the remaining of the Aegean. 6 gates are known at present, of which the west gate provided access to the sanctuary here. Trial excavation in the northeastern part of the city revealed remains interpreted as likely from the temple of Athena, who was the patron goddess of the city. 2 registered cemeteries of the ancient city of Samothrace were named by the archaeologists as North and South Necropolis, which reflects their location in relation to the sanctuary of the great gods rather than with the city. The North Necropolis occupies a large area spreading north of the sanctuary and west of the town wall down to the sea. It has never been a subject of systematic archaeological exploration, and all the available evidence results from rescue excavations conducted on various occasions. And despite the lack of an overall picture regarding the characteristics of this cemetery, the burial finds indicated that the earliest grave is datable to the 6th century BC, and the latest ones belong to Roman times. By contrast, the South Necropolis was fully excavated, the tiny one. Much smaller and compact, it is situated in a close proximity to the sanctuary by its southeast corner. It occupies the steep western bank of the stream that frames the sanctuary from the east. Most of the activities that took place in the South Necropolis, burials and funeral pyres, were confined to a roughly rectangular area less than 300 square meters. Despite its restricted size, the cemetery was in use for centuries between the middle of the 6th century all the way to the 2nd century AD. Now, the foundation of the city of Samothrace, its dating and identity of the Greek settlers have been a subject of debates over many years. The discussion has resulted in 2 main theories, that they came from either Aeolis in the beginning of the 7th century or from Samos in the first half of the 6th century BC. Interestingly, the same well-known archaeological material and ancient literary sources have been used by scholars on both sides of the debate. Karl Lehmann, the excavator of the sanctuary, proposed the Aeolian theory based on a fragmentary inscription from the middle or 3rd quarter of the 4th century BC containing some Aeolisms. Furthermore, the patron goddess of the Samothracian polis was Athena, who was also the patron goddess of most Aeolian cities, so this was taken as an argument. However, the main weight of the argument was laid on a deposit of 7th century ceramic vessels discovered under the floor of the Hellenistic hall of Horo dancers, and you see some of these vessels here, as well as drawing of the situation, the context where they were discovered. The Hellenistic building is on top of this. It is dominated by an early archaic pottery group known as G2-3 ware, but some Anatolian grey ware vessels, as well as local handmade ones, were found together with the fine painted vases. Since the distribution of these ware covered the islands of the northeastern Aegean and Troy, it was considered by Lehmann a strong argument in favor of the arrival of Aeolian Greeks on Samothrace, who brought the G2-3 ware vases and established the polis. It is exactly this pottery group that is best comparable, according to him, with the mainly late literary sources, which discuss the mythological relation between Samothrace and Troy, Aeolia, and Lemnos, the island of Lemnos. However, apart from this single deposit discovered in the sanctuary of the great gods, no contemporaneous matching evidence has come to light from other parts of the sanctuary or the cemeteries of Samothrace that could suggest a permanent establishment of people different to the local Thracians and to support the foundation of the polis. An important detail in Lehmann's interpretation is the forged association between G2-3 ware and the Greek arrival. My long-lasting study of G2-3 ware, here is the book and the map of its distribution, in all its aspects, allowed me to view it. I'm not going into detail in this way because it will take us too long. Allowed me to view it as pre-colonial and to deconstruct its invented link with Greek colonization of the northern Aegean. Their presence, these vessels, at this time does not allow us to set Samothrace within the network of connectivity developed in the northern Aegean in the late geometric and early archaic periods, rendering it part of the early, what I call early archaic cultural koine of the region. Furthermore, apart from belonging to the developed phase of G2-3 ware, which means 2nd quarter and mid-7th century BC in chronological terms, The vases from the sanctuary of the great gods fall into two technological groups according to their fabric composition, which suggests that two centers or workshops did manufacture them. Considering the strong stylistic and morphological link with G2-3 ware from the island of Lemnos, which was one of the main manufacturers, with arguably a significant amount of the Samothracian vases can be considered of Lemnian origin. Thus, the deposit is not only the earliest evidence for establishing regional interactions with Lemnos, which, as we'll see, will continue into the following 6th century BC after the foundation of the polis of Samothrace, but it also does not appear to illustrate the earliest Greek settlement on Samothrace and significantly contributes to the understanding of the sudden emergence of the worship of the great gods in light of the interactions with Lemnos, where the local Gregorian dominated the religious landscape. Another diagnostic element of the material record of Samothrace is a specific form of acanthurus known by its ancient name Carhesion. We can see one of these here. Such vessels were found in the South Necropolis and in the sanctuary of the great gods, and the use of the shape on the island seems to belong to the 6th century BC. The shape has been found in northwestern Anatolia, in the Troad and Aeolia, as well as along the islands of the northeastern Aegean, Tenedos, Lesbos, Lemnos, and Otasus. Unlike the Aeolian Carhesia, which were manufactured in the tradition of the Anatolian grey ware, the Samothracian ones have fine pinkish red fabric with red or black coating, depending on the firing, identical to the examples from Lemnos, which was their most likely source, thus reinforcing the impression that shared culture between the two islands continued into the 6th century BC after the arrival of the Greek settlers in Samothrace. Now, the second the hypothesis, or the so-called Ionia tradition regarding the foundation of the polis of Samothrace, is based largely on the majority of ancient written testimonies which describe the Greek settlers on Samothrace as Samian, coming from the island of Samos. Their arrival to Samothrace is generally dated to the 6th century BC, with the late Professor Graham suggesting the middle of the century. To the information from the literary sources, one can add archaic inscriptions from the sanctuary of the great gods, written in Ionic dialect and Ionic lettering. You can see the two most famous, because of 6th century date very early. But these inscriptions do not appear to predate the middle of the 6th century BC. Now, turning to the archaeological record of archaic date, by this I mean 6th and early 5th century BC, from the sanctuary of the great gods, several features are immediately noticeable. The lack of monumental architecture and sculptural decoration are in stark contrast with contemporaneous evidence from the famous Heraion on Samos, the suggested metropolis of Samothrace. The physical features of the sanctuary of the great gods at that time must have included 3 rocky outcrops, one significantly larger, and this is this one. The drawing is very schematic, just to give you an idea of the plan without the monumental architecture. So this big rock is called, it's labeled in publications as rock outer, and next to it is a pit where archaic pottery was discovered. Next to the smaller ones, there are 2 smaller rocky outcrops. Next to them was discovered a clay stand with relief decoration. This is the stand, it was discovered here, with relief decoration, which did likely support a basin for purification known in ancient Greek as perirenderi. Not far from it were discovered a botrus and an ishara here, right next to it, supposedly to accommodate offerings of liquids and food, perhaps. The terracotta stand compares well to Northern Ionian examples. Contemporaneous finds from the sanctuary, dominated by ceramic vessels, come from the pit next to the rock outer, this pit, and also from the area around the Botrus and Ishara, here. These are the 2 places with archaic material. The ceramic vessels are largely of local manufacture, like this one, for example. They're very plain, really. While imported ones include regional wares such as Lemnian, these are the Lemnian, they're called long-necked jugs and Carhesia, possibly a 3 Thracian pitoi with relief decoration, while some black figure vases, not all Attic, seem to be the most luxurious vases from the sanctuary. Thus, the material record from the sanctuary of the great gods does not seem to illustrate an archaeologically visible link with Samos and mainly with its Heraion. Now, contemporaneous to the archaic evidence from the sanctuary of the Greek gods is an open-air sanctuary in the southern part of the island. Here it is, and here on the map, and this is how the area looks like. It's the southern part of the island is quite wild still, which is difficult to access. The finds from the site illustrate a clearer link with East Greece, especially the collection of Kylikes, the anthropomorphic example in shape of a woman's female proto-man, and terracottas, whose artistic style associates them with later East Greek examples. Although their East Greek character is generally not doubted, it is almost impossible to interpret them as directly illustrating a connection with Samos, since similar products were manufactured in the Eastern Aegean basin, and they were in circulation as trade goods deprived of ethnic resonance. This sanctuary is also the source of 3 dedicatory inscriptions in non-Greek language dated to the end of 6th and early 5th century BC. The dating is based on the morphology of the vases, not on the inscriptions. A Parian script was employed, like the one that was used for similar inscriptions from the sanctuary of Apollo in Zonia. We'll discuss this a little bit later. The inscriptions will be discussed later, together with more numerous non-Greek votive inscriptions from the sanctuary of the great gods. It has been suggested in archaeological literature that the venerated deity at this particular sanctuary on Samothrace was Bendis, a Thracian goddess which is associated with Greek Artemis. I just mention it because it exists. I don't say that this is an opinion. The south necropolis of Samothrace is located unexpectedly close to the sanctuary by its southeast corner and in a close proximity to the road connecting the ancient city with the sanctuary. Here. It covers, as I mentioned, a rectangular area less than 300 square meters and was in use between mid-6th century BC to the 2nd century AD. Its beginning can be assigned approximately to the 2nd quarter of 6th century, according to the earliest datable Attic vases. Secondary cremations were the principal method of disposal in the archaic and classical period. The funeral pyres were placed in the central part of the burial ground. This is plan of the cemetery. Initially, in the center were the funeral pyres, while the ceramic ash urns were buried outside the pyres on the purple, I think, are the archaic burials. By contrast, in the archaic north and western necropolis of Samos, clay and stone sarcophagi of different types, inhumations in grave pits, graves cut in the rocky terrain, and burials in amphoras and in natural rock slits were common features. Cremation was also practiced on Samos, but much less common. This rich variety of grave types used for inhumation that coexisted with cremation is not exceptional for the East Greek world or for the Ionian Apulia on the northern Aegean coast. The grave gods from the South Necropolis pose a number of questions about the identity of the deceased. Clearly identifiable are Attic and Lemnian imports. The Lemnian vases, here you can see them, include stamnoi, long-neck jugs, and carhesia, both identical to those from the sanctuary. Clazominian amphorae, represented by various classes, also imitations of Attic horsehead amphorae, imitations, not imports, and sea cups, decorated and undecorated amphorae. Apparent is the absence of East Greek painted pottery such as wild gold, ficellura, Ionian litter masters, rosette bowls, etc. The majority of metal finds belong to 2 groups. The first one includes 8 bronze fialae. You can see only 2 of these. They are in a very poor state of preservation because they were put in the funeral pyres and fire. While the second group includes 50 identifiable fibulae plus unknown number of very scorched and distorted examples. The unusually high number of fialae is worth noting when one takes into consideration that they have been found in the Polis cemetery and not in the sanctuary of the great gods. With the exception of the North Necropolis of Corinth, where only 3 examples have been found, fialae were more common among rich burials in the archaic period necropolis of Macedonia and Illyria, which did not belong to settlements organized after the Greek polis model. Furthermore, luxury goods such as faience and glass vessels, they're here. I do apologize, I do not have a better picture of these. These come from the publication. Silver utensils, fittings for vessels, silver fittings for vessels of other materials were also discovered as burial gifts. In contrast, similar dedications are extremely rare, in fact, almost don't exist in the sanctuary of the great gods, especially during the archaic periods. The nature of the grave equipment from the Archaic period implies that, contrary to the established practice in the Greek world, where the sanctuaries were the main recipients of luxury offerings, in the case of Samothrace, the cemetery developed as a focal point for display of wealth rather than the nearby sanctuary. One exception to the 6th century cremations is an inhumation burial of a young adult male enclosed in a pithos. Many large stones were piled on the jar, damaging it, and also there were some around it, perhaps markers. It is not clear if these stones were associated with the grave. Anyway, the most important is that the most extraordinary feature of this burial is the condition of the skull. The top of the cranium has been split away, and the top of another cranium from another individual was put above the left shoulder. It was identified. This is what the publication tells us. The grave equipment is limited to a single monochrome Cartesian, this vessel. Later examples from the cemetery, from the same cemetery, also include bodies with post-mortem mutilation. Setting the evidence from these unusual graves from the South Necropolis of Samothrace in the context of the wider Thracian region would suggest a Thrace-related origin of the practice. Post-mortem mutilations and burials in non-anatomical order appear often as a characteristic feature of the burial practices in the Thracian mainland from the late Bronze Age continuing into the Iron Age. The presence of such non-Greek practice in the necropolis of the Greek polis of Samothrace may suggest that local Thracians were also buried there. The spatial relation of the South Necropolis to the sanctuary and the road taking the pilgrims into it may have been a major factor for the attractiveness of the former, the necropolis, I mean. However, despite this spatial connection between the cemetery and the sanctuary, almost nothing in the nature of the burial gifts indicates a special association of the buried members of the community with the sanctuary. The grave equipment does not appear to indicate any religious group identity, which would have had the privilege of a burial right next to the sanctuary. The close proximity of a cemetery to an extra-urban sanctuary, which enjoyed an international fame, especially in Hellenistic times, appears to be rather unusual for the Greek world. Perhaps the closeness of the South Necropolis has not been perceived as polluting the sanctuary, as usually the contact with death in the Greek world was perceived as miasma, it was polluting. One may speculate that the nature of the mysteries of Samothrace intended to protect from real death, because we know from literary sources that they protected from drowning at sea and the perils of the sea, the travels along the sea. And this may account for the apparent lack of fear from the dead. Lemnian vases are amongst, as I already mentioned, the earliest ash containers in the South Necropolis. The relation between Samothrace and Lemnos was complex and long-lasting, tested in mythology, in the archaeological record, and the cult of the great gods on Samothrace and the Gregorian on Lemnos. Reference to Lemnian ceramics may reflect a wish to express a shared culture and an association with the island and its Gregorian. The reverse roles of the cemetery and the sanctuary regarding the demonstration of wealth and the offering of luxurious gifts, some of which, such as the glass and faience vessels, were objects of a long distance trade, is a rather unusual feature. Archaic Greek sanctuaries were a major recipient of valuable and luxury offerings, while the Samothracian one illustrates an obvious departure from this practice. By contrast, the luxurious finds were concentrated in the South Necropolis. Now, a group of votive inscriptions in a language identified by philologists and linguists as Thracian, using Greek script, discovered in the sanctuary of the great gods. This one is sanctuary, also in the sanctuary at Mandopanaya, the one at the south that I showed you, and also in the Apollo sanctuary in the Samothracian Apuikia of Zone, are amongst the most diagnostic finds which manifest the blending of several traditions. As you can see on the slide, 75 votive inscriptions on ceramic vessels using Greek letters to express Thracian language were found in the sanctuary of the great gods, and the earliest are dated to mid-6th century, down to the 4th century. 3 or 4 of these belong to the 6th century, but let me remind again, the dating was based on the morphology and type of the vessels, not on the inscriptions themselves. The inscriptions were dated via the vessels and not the vice versa. The majority of the inscriptions from these inscriptions from the sanctuary of the great gods are of 5th century BC date, and there are 2 of Hellenistic. Usually, traditionally, these inscriptions were interpreted in light of what the authors had to tell us, that the autochthonous inhabitants used an ancient language which was peculiar to them, and of which many words are preserved to this day, he says, in the ritual and their sacrifices. Interestingly, there are votive inscriptions in Greek from the sanctuary, but their chronology goes between 4th and 1st century BC. This is the latest, the newest dating, which I saw, which was published recently. The open air sanctuary and the southern part of the island has produced only 3 examples of inscriptions in non-Greek language, which utilizes the Parian script. Like the Parian script was used for inscriptions discovered in the sanctuary of Apollo in Zonia. These are dated, the ones from these 3, plus a lot of these from Zonia were dated to the second half, end of 6th and early 5th century BC. These finds indicate that the Greek practice of inscribing offerings was adopted very quickly by the local Thracians living in both cities, in Samothrace and Zonia, alongside the Ionian settlers, and also raise a number of questions, such as why are the 6th and 5th century BC dedicated inscriptions dominated by those in Thracian, while the Greek ones become a majority 2 centuries later? Why did the scribe or the scribes of the inscriptions from Zonia and Manda Panaya prefer to use Parian script rather than the Ionic one, as one can expect for an Ionian Apuikia? The lack of 6th and 5th century votive inscriptions in Greek from the sanctuary of the great gods and their limited number in the sanctuary of Apollo and Zonia raise a number of questions regarding not only the demographic profile of the population, but also the frequency and form of dedications offered by the Greek settlers. Also, a 4th century BC stone inscription in Thracian, you can see it on the slide, from the sanctuary of the great gods is complemented by 4 stone inscriptions, 3 in Thracian and 1 bilingual in Greek and Thracian, discovered in Zonia and dated to the 5th and 4th centuries BC. There are also 3 4th century inscriptions in Thracian from the town of Maronia. Being official documents, the stone inscriptions are indicative of the role played by the native people as members of the community of citizens, even 2 or 3 centuries after the arrival of the Greek settlers and the development of the politeia of the Samothracians, Maronitans, or the Zonaeans. One wonders whether the Greek population dominated the governing and the administration of each of these polis, or whether it was accessible to some members of the Thracian community as well, or to what extent the Greek population understood Thracian language. And I think that at least partly bilingual communities, or perhaps at least some of their members, were likely bilingual people in these cities, were likely during the Archaic and Classical periods. Now, a little bit of reversed evidence that comes from the Samothracian Apuikia of Zonia on the mainland. And it comes mainly from the sanctuary of Apollo. I'm very quickly going to present this. The archaic face of the sanctuary, here you can see a photograph of the temple, including its architecture, also architectural decoration, plenty of it was discovered. Various finds such as sculptural decoration. There are 3 marble kuroi that were discovered in this sanctuary, and it is really quite a significant find because there are no other examples of kuroi here from the Thracian coast, the northern Aegean. Also, stone and clay perirendaria. This is a restoration drawing of the perirendaria. Terracotta figurines. All these illustrate a Greek manner of worshipping and dedication. The sanctuary of the great gods on Samothrace, which is the metropolis of Zonia, lacks, as I mentioned, contemporaneous monumental architecture. It lacks sculptural decoration or marble perirendaria. Zonia is also the source of far more numerous dedicatory inscriptions in Thracian language than the ones found in the sanctuary of the great gods, and you can see the numbers on the slide. 291 from Zonia against 75 from Samothrace. A very small number of 6th century inscriptions in Greek come from the Apollo sanctuary at Zonia. There are 20. and no such come from Samothrace. Now, the putting dedicatory inscriptions on pottery is a Greek practice, as I already mentioned, apparently adopted by the local Thracians quite quickly. But the use of Parian script, all the zoning, as I said, all the zoning inscriptions plus the ones from Andopane, they use the Parian lettering plus some scribal signs which are typical for the island of Lemnos and also for Phrygia. And this thing is in contrast with the Ionian origin of the Greek settlers. We know that the earliest inscriptions from Zonia were contemporary to the founding of the Apuikia, and manifest that already established use of the Parian alphabet, complemented by these signs that I was telling you. It can be guessed that the Parian script was most likely adopted under Thracian influence because this is geographically the nearest source of Parian script. What is interesting is that the earliest Samothracian inscriptions are later than the earliest ones from Zonin. The chronology of the earliest graffiti allows for the assumption that probably in the late 7th or the very early 6th century BC, some of the native Thracians adopted the concept and perhaps the technique of writing. It is very likely that it happened along the mainland coast here, along the coast of Zonin. There is more evidence for contacts with Tassos. So perhaps it was adopted first in there and transferred to Samothrace after the establishment of its Apuikia zone, rather than vice versa. So what I suggest is that we'll have, instead of influence from the metropolis to the Apuikia, we'll have it the other way around. Now, the entire material assemblage suggests that the local population of the island interacted with the northeastern Aegean, especially the Troad and Lemnos, during the Archaic period. It reflects the interactions of the inhabitants of Samothrace, pre-Greek as well as Greek Apuikis, already in coexistence, with the North Aegean economic and broadly cultural network that results in recognizable aspects of the material culture, at least during the Archaic period. Undoubtedly, the literary tradition and material record associate Samothrace with Aeolia, but the permanent presence of Aeolian Apuikists as early as the first half of the 7th century BC is difficult to substantiate clearly from the archaeological record. The appearance of artifacts whose style originated in the wider Aeolian area complicates further the picture created later by the mixing of local Thracian and Ionian Greek elements, adding one more element to the process of mutual assimilation from which emerges the new idiom of the colonial Samothrace. The very hybrid nature of the archaeological finds from Samothrace reflects at best the presence of Ionian settlers, but it does not indicate any direct association with the ancient tradition that identified the Apuikis of Samothrace, specifically Samian. It is difficult to find any confirmation of explicitly Samian traditions in the burial customs or religious practices, especially when compared with traditions on Samos itself. The sanctuary of Hera on Samos was a source of international fame during the late geometric and Archaic periods. The Heraion attracted dedications from all over the then known world, from Cyprus, Egypt, Phoenicia, Syria, Phrygia, Syria, Urartu, and the Caucasus area, continental Greece, and the Western Apuikia. Presumably, Hera was so important to the Samians themselves as well. It's puzzling then if the settlers of Samothrace or Samian, that they did not continue to worship Hera alongside the local code they adopted. It's interesting also when taking into consideration that the Samian merchants in the Emporium of Naucratis established a Heraion for the worship of the patron goddess, while the written sources in the archaeological record on Samothrace do not preserve any trait which would imply an existence of Hera cult on the island. Furthermore, if the Apuikists were Samian, why did the sanctuary of the great gods not acquire architectural features common at this time on Samos? In the Samothracian Apuikia zone, an architecturally formed sanctuary was functional in the 6th century. As I said, these are features which are missing in the sanctuary of the great gods. Regarding the peculiarities observable in the Archaic period finds from the sanctuary of the great gods and the absence of surely attested relevant architectural remains, it might be assumed that they mirror a kind of response of the Greek settlers to specific local conditions or reflect a relationship between the Samothracian polis and the local inhabitants. It is also most likely related to the nature of the sanctuary and the pre-Greek roots of the code which is absent, for example, in Zonia, where the Apuikists organize their secret space in a recognizably Greek way. Now, how are we with the term? Are we on time?
Yeah,
Finish.
it's over, but you can.
Shall I finish? Just of a few concluding words I wanted to say is that I think that the vagueness of the material evidence for specifically for Samians would make more sense if there is the lack of a link with Samos is viewed in the light of that they were not part of intentional political act to establish an Apuikia, but rather were a population seeking refuge on the island. It is known that some Samians were forced to escape their homes, and it is likely that they would have settled on Samothrace, but not because they intended to establish an Apuikia. The reason for such a viewpoint might be found in the same literary sources that support the Samian origin of the settlers. Antiphon, for example, you can see the sources there. Antiphon tells us that they were settled by necessity, not by desire on the island. And this necessity is explained in terms of Samian tyrants expelling Samians who arrived on Samothrace. Aristotle says that the Samians settled Samothrace, settled it when they had been expelled from their home country. Pseudo-Skymnos defines the settlers of Samothrace as mixed and calls the Samians Sinoikos of the local inhabitants. Their Samian origin did not necessarily mean that their connection with Samos was strong. Hence, it is difficult to recognize explicitly Samian features in the material record of Samothrace. And there I refer to an example from Herodotus telling us the Samians being expelled from Samos, they settled on the island on Crete in Cydonia, and they, as I said, they were expelled, and they established the temple for the local goddess Dictina, but no link with Samos and the Samian Heraion. So it was a necessity to escape probably some political troubles at home, which forced them to settle on Samothrace. This might explain to a certain degree the apparent absence of a clear-cut material connections between both islands and the absence of a preserved memory of oikist, of the Samothracian polis. And with this, I'll stop. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ilieva. I now present the next speaker, Professor Maria Beatriz Borba Florentano. Please. She is a senior professor, full professor of classical archaeology at the Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology at the University of São Paulo, my USP, co-founder and co-coordinator of LABECA. LABECA is our laboratory of studies on the ancient city at MAI. And among her numerous research interests, the archaeology of Sicily and Magna Graecia holds a prominent role. Yeah. So I give the floor to Professor Florentano, and she will talk about Locrian Pizzefiris and the expansion of the Tyrrhenian coast between the global and the local 7th and 6th centuries BC.
Thank you. Thank you, Viviana. I'll say some words before I start. First of all, I want to thank Wagner, Christina, and Juliana for the opportunity of being here and refreshing my mind on more modern concepts and refreshing my research on this is a real opportunity for me to be here now. And, yes. And also the opportunity to hear so many interesting talks. And, well, everybody said that already, but I want to repeat it. And another words that I wanted to say is that when Wagner told me about this seminar on local and global, I said, oh, that's going to be easy. Because after working 40 years or 30 years with coinages, I said, oh, coinages is the perfect material, the perfect primary source to treat local and global. But then I thought, it's not challenging for me. It was going to be just repeating myself once again And I said, no, I'm going to take another subject that would challenge and to deepen my reflection on the ancient. So that's why I decided to choose the organization of territory as a way to go in this new concept for me. And I chose this also because in our lab, we've been working a lot with territory and with space. And so I thought that it could be, make a good, shall I say stew? A good caldo, no? A good, well, it could be a good way to get in the subject of the seminar. So I'll start reading, otherwise I'll be talking and going over the time I have here. So I start saying that according to Vlasopoulos, the world of Greek expansion from the 8th century on present, the 8th century BC on, I have to take off the glasses, presents itself as an object of study favorable to the application of the concepts of global, local, and localization. According to this author, at the same time that there is a wide network of Hellenic expansionism in the Western Mediterranean, and that at that time, the Apoikoi, founders of new settlements, whether in North Africa, in the south of the Italian peninsula, in Sicily, in southern Europe, today France and Spain, as is well known, had to deal with the inhabitants of these regions, which should configure a context that could be fitted into the local concept. In this text, I decided to make an exercise to ascertain the effectiveness of the application of these concepts, global, local, and localization, as analytical tools to better understand the process of expansion and territorial organization of Locrian, the southernmost Greek Apoikia in Calabria, in the 7th century BC. So it's, I'm telling you, it's just an exercise that I hope to, after everything that I heard here, and after some more reading in my insomnia hours, I hope to improve the text and better point out things that should be said about this very tip of the boot, of the Italian boot. It is worth remembering here the efforts of the Italian scholars to structure adequate methodologies for the study and understanding of these contacts between Greeks and non-Greeks in the Italian peninsula. Not only Italians, but also some French scholars, such as Agnes Rouveret, cited by my colleague Christina the other day, Morel, de la Genière, Vallée, Trésini, and many others. They try to understand the cultural contact as a truly structuring and transforming element of Hellenic society. And it seems to us that, to have had a fundamental impulse in the context of the studies of specialists who have focused on the expansion of Greeks in the west of the Mediterranean. In fact, it has always been impossible to study Hellenicity in this area without taking into account the local populations with whom the Greeks interacted, from the Punic, the Etruscan, the Siculi, the Elymian, Samnites, Celtiberians, and many others. In this area of study, the first more systematic and in-depth treatment of the issue of cultural contact was recorded at the famous Cortona meeting in 1981 and published in 1983 under the name of Mode de contact et processus de transformation de la société ancienne. In this volume, numerous case studies by historians, linguists, and archaeologists, both on the Greek West and on the antiquity of the Eastern Mediterranean, have covered burning issues such as acculturation or the concept of barbarian, or even questions of otherness and identity. All these topics were treated in these proceedings in detail and to the extent that the textual and archaeological documentation allowed at the time. Questions about the procedures and instruments of contact and about the role of cultural contact in the change and transformation of ancient societies were also debated, creating a world of examples, methodologies, and ideas that are still important for the continuation of research. Independently of this systematization elaborated during the Cortona event, in the case of the archaeology of southern Italy, since the beginning of the 1960s, the Istituto per la Storia e l'Archeologia della Magna Grecia di Taranto has promoted annual meetings in which new archaeological data and their respective interpretations are presented and debated and then published in the form of proceeding, the famous atti. Also in these volumes, the theme of cultural contact between Greeks and between Greeks and non-Greeks population are many times addressed, as far as the material evidence allows, either because of its intrinsic characteristics or due to the variety of discovery contexts. In the same way, questions of method are advanced in these studies, confronting theoretical conceptions to empirical data, opening important interpretative paths. The proceedings of the 37th and the 54th meetings, which treated specifically of frontiers and of hybridization and cultural dynamics respectively, this was 1996 and 2014, deserve to be highlighted. On the other hand, more recently, a meeting of the European Ramses Program on Cultural Contact produced the proceedings that summarize the research carried out between 2006 and 2008 in the Mediterranean, edited by the French archaeologist Henri Trésigny, Grec et indigène de la Catalogne à la mer Noire. In 2010, this work brings numerous reflections on the contact between the populations that inhabited the ancient Mediterranean, that help us to better understand the essence of cultural formation in this region in antiquity. In our lab, Dalmatia, that was mentioned by Viviana, in specific research, the concept of entanglement, hybridization have been discussed and informed several of our master's dissertations, PhDs, and postdoctoral investigations. Furthermore, the approaches of cultural contact through the lenses of consumption have interested some of our researchers, as our colleague, who is not here today, Elaine Hirata, analyzing specifically Morgantina archaeological data in Sicily. In my case, as I've been focusing Greek territorial organization and cultural connectivity, I confess that the renewal of the concept of frontier history has greatly attracted me. Nevertheless, the systematization of the concept of networks greatly helped the understanding of this movement of Greeks, Phoenicians, and others in the Mediterranean from the end of the Iron Age. Everybody knows by Malki, a small Greek word that was very much read in our Labeca. But the concepts of global, local, localization did not attract me until the moment of this conference. Hence, the decision to face the challenge of applying these concepts to the material evidence from the southernmost part of the peninsula I work with. It is necessary to draw attention to the difficulty in the systematizing the enormous amount of data from the end of the Iron Age and the beginning of the Greek colonization that archaeology has brought to light from this specific part of the peninsula, the Italian peninsula, in the last 20 years or so. Suffice it to say that the very recent published Oxford Handbook of Pre-Roman Italy, it was published this year, has only a few sparse mentions about this region. There was much more effort to systematize data and interpret la Sibaritide, il Metapontino, la Peninsula Salentina, than in the southern Calabria area. In fact, northern Calabria, like Basilicata and also Puglia, have received much more interpretation attention over the last few decades than this very tip of the Italian boot. Also, there is a guide, 2018, written by Molo, Fabrizio Molo, Guida Archeologica della Calabria Antica, which is very helpful. But the part concerning southern Calabria is very abbreviated, revealing this lack of systematization. So when we go through Locri and Reggio, we have to pin up articles here and there and here and there, and publications, obscure publications of archaeological reports and things like that. Anyway, there is some bibliography, some sources already published that helped us very much in making this paper for you. And also, I want to say that I'm not going to deal with all the primary sources here because we wouldn't have time enough to it. So let's start at the beginning. According to the most recently recovered archaeological data, the foundation of Locrian Epizephyri takes place in the last decade of the 8th century. There's a map there. You can see Locri and Reggio, and then the other things that I'm going to talk about, Hipponion, a little bit northern, Medva, here, Hipponion, Medva, Metauros, Locris here, Caulonia here, and Reggio here. And also I'll be talking about Zancle, Milai here in the northern part of Sicilia. Coming from, yes, according to written sources, Locrian Epizephyri was founded by Locrians, coming from the Balkan Peninsula. We do not have to return here to the debate between which Locrians came to the west, the Opunti or the Ozoli. What is important to know for our purpose is that according to archaeological research, the members of this ethnos, especially the part that occupied the territory of the Balkan Peninsula just in front of the island of Euboea, participated intensely in the Chalcidic Euboic networks across the Mediterranean, from the Adriatic to the northern Aegean since the 9th century. The network of settlements established by the Euboean Chalcidians in the Western Mediterranean during the 8th and 7th centuries encompassed both Sicily and the south of the Italian peninsula as far as Campania. In addition, through the foundation of Zancle and Reggio in the mid-8th century, here in the Messina, the today Messina Strait, yes, controlled and Reggio in the mid-8th century, the Chalcidians controlled the Strait of Messina between Sicily and the Italian peninsula, a passage between the Ionian and the Tyrrhenian Sea, which gave direct access to Campania, to the already active commercial networks of the Etruscans and the Phoenicians. The Chalcidic nucleus established in the strait proved to be of enormous importance in controlling the Greek, because the Phoenicians had before the Greek their own ways on this part of the Mediterranean. As I'm saying, in controlling the Greek traffic to access the north of Western Mediterranean, the coast of present-day Spain and France, and the accesses to the hinterland of these areas. So much so that an attempt was made to reinforce the security of the strait by intensifying contact with the Epicorai populations of the Tyrrhenian side, both in Milai here and in Metauros here. So they would control all this and maintain in security this part of the passage and the Tyrrhenian. As a matter of fact, in Metauros, a big necropolis was excavated, Due Pompe, and many Chalcidic material from the end of the 8th century was found there. In this first moment of Hellenic installations in archaic times, we perceive, as Guzzo calls our attention, a coordination, perhaps not very planned, but very evident in a network in this network of Chalcidic Euboean foundations. Settlements in Campania, the foundation of Zancle and Rhegion, and of Mylae, all even before the foundation of Locrian, show the threads of the Euboic Chalcidic network that maybe we can call global, maybe a level of the global expansion of Greeks to this part, to this area of the Mediterranean. Already at this time, contacts and negotiations with the indigenous people in this region appeared. But this is actually one of the levels that we can call global, I understand. You will tell me. However, as we know, this network is part of other global levels of coordinated expansion of Hellenes towards the West. Many land reconnaissance voyages since the 9th and 8th centuries, as well as installations of different groups, often mixed in addition to the Chalcidians, the Phocaeans, the Dorians, the Archaics, the Rhodians, and so forth. In the case of the Euboean Chalcidians, having established control of the straits around the middle of the 8th century, they undoubtedly supported the foundation of Locrian on the coast of the Ionian Sea, a generation later, about the end of the 8th century. It is a fact proven by archaeological data that intense contacts between Euboeans and the indigenous population of southern Calabria took place even before they settled in the strait. The foundation of Locrian around the last quarter of the 8th century in this area of the Ionian Sea brought about a series of changes in southern part of Italian peninsula. Beneath the remains of the oldest settlement of Locrian, here, traces of indigenous Iron Age dwellings have been found that were probably destroyed by the Greeks. So Sabione says, Sabione that had excavated there. On the other hand, the voluminous data from the necropolis of Canale, here, for only 4 kilometers from Locrian, dating from the first half of the 8th century, a necropolis excavated at the beginning of the 20th century by the famous archaeologist Paolo Orsi, and located on the slope of a hill known by the name of Yanchina, just 4 kilometers from the future site of the installation of Locrians. As I said, the material of this necropolis clearly shows the Euboic influence. Pottery produced locally with indigenous techniques, impasto, but strongly influenced by decoration and typical Euboic forms, in addition to Villanovian and Etruscan influence. This especially in relation to form. They are in impasto, with no, produced not with the wheel, and many, concerning the forms, they are very much related to Villanovian and to Etruscan pottery, but the decoration is clearly Greek, Euboic, Chalcidic, geometric, and so forth. All this pottery was very much studied by this French scholar, Laurence Mercury, and published by the French School at Rome. With the foundation of Locrian, a triangulation of influences between indigenous people, Regio, and Locris in the Ionian is consolidated. So we have a triangulation. There is the Chalcidian strait here, Metauros, with this connection with this Duepompi cemetery with very much mixed material, and Locri. So we have here a whole piece of this tip of the boot under the Chalcidian influence. Where am I here? Triangulation, yes. Apparently, soon after the installation of Locrian Epizephyri on the Ionian coast, the necropolis of Canale was completely abandoned. On the other hand, two indigenous centers emerged that continued to operate in the Locrian area in a northern direction. 10 and 18 kilometers respectively in relation to the Apoikia, Stefanelli di Geracci here, and Santo Stefano di Grotteria here. We have no way of knowing of the sickle populations of Yanchina, of Canale, if they had withdrawn into this nuclei or if they had been subdued by the Locrian Apoikoi. The funerary furnishings of the two necropolises, of these two settlements, show a complete mixture between Greek material, similar to the material found at Locrian, and pottery identical to that of Canale. In these graves, mixed marriages and undoubtedly negotiations between Greeks and Epihoroi are attested. So this is the interpretation by the Sabione, Guzzo, and Cardoza, who more recently have treated this material. Even though this material exists, they are not completely published, so I could not have access to them. It seems that the position chosen for the settlement of Locrian soon proved to be limited in terms of appropriation of territory. A narrow strip of coast with a few kilometers of plain and with pressure coming from the Achaeans already settled in Crotona up north here. As a matter of fact, in the 7th century, the Crotonians founded Caulonia as registered by the written sources as a buffer settlement, so that would stop Locri from expanding north, and even though Locri had lots of connections with Caulonia, it was intended, as the scholar says, as a buffer zone between Crotona and between the Achaeans and the Chalcidians and the Locrian, and the Chalcidian influence in Locri. So, pressured by Crotona, Locri in the 2nd generation already decided to found two sub-apoikiai in the Tyrrhenian Sea, in the shores, in the coast of the Tyrrhenian Sea. Medma here and Imponion up here. It must be said that by bird's eye view, here, the Ionian and the Tyrrhenian, it's only 30 kilometers. It's a distance that it can be easily traversed in one day by foot, even though there is a huge mountain here, a huge heights. Yes, is only 30 kilometers away from Locrian. Scattered archaeological evidence shows that the mountains of the Aspromonte, these mountains here, had already been crossed for centuries, maybe from the Neolithic, by the locals who knew every inch of them, the easiest passages between one side and the other, and the rivers that facilitated the descent on the Tyrrhenian side. Metal sources in this mountainous area of Calabria are known since the Bronze Age, and were very much valued since then in the Mediterranean networks. I understand that the two Locrian sub-apoikiai were founded in a coordinated way in points with different strategic positions. Medma was founded on the heights, Ace Acra, here, at the mouth of the Messima River that came from the Aspromonte. Facing south, facing exactly the plain now called Gioia Tauro. Metauros, see, here is the plain, and Metauros is in the southern part of the plain. Facing the plain, both were facing the plain. So Metauros, the indigenous settlements with a strong Hellenic presence from Zankli, was on the other side of the plain further south. The other sub-Apoikia founded by Locrian in the Tyrrhenian was Hipponian, up here, up north. This settlement was placed further north of Medma on the promontory of the Poro, here. Also a high settlement in a very irrigated place with small articulated plains. It should be noted that the promontory of Poro, since the end of the Bronze Age, had a central indigenous settlement in the locality of Torregali, here, very close to the Locrian sub-Apoikia of Hipponian. In fact, the archaeological evidence of Torregali shows an indigenous, very populated, walled settlement already dating from the 9th century, as they dated First Iron Age, organized and in a central position on the promontory that eventually articulated other small indigenous settlements, as some scattered archaeological data imply. Like other changes in this Iron Age, Torregali, in the middle of the 8th century, begins to dismember. It was very much excavated, Torregali, more or less at the same time as Canales' abandonment, and resumes its vivacity already under Hellenic influence at the end of the 7th century, by the time that Hipponian was founded. The archaeological material recovered at both Medma and Hipponian is strongly related to Greek material from Locrian. Pottery, built structures, metal vessels, representations of deities, and therefore cults, forms, and rituals of burial. So much so that the most advanced hypothesis among specialists is that the population that in the 7th century was part of these foundations was totally Locrian. In the context of this communication, of this presentation, it has thus become difficult to identify signs of localization in the patterns proposed by Vlasopoulos and others. I have to call attention here to the bias of the recovery of archaeological material since the beginning of the last century, valuing mostly Greek material. What I complain is that I cannot find in Medma and in Hipponian, in the publications that I've read, and there are many, I don't find any register of indigenous material. They are mostly Greek and mostly related to their metropolis, if we can say it, related to Locrian. And the Pinaxes, the cult of Persephone, the cult of Demeter, all the things that involve the rituals. No? Even though we know that Paulo Orsi excavated Torregali and valued very much the material, the indigenous material, and but Paulo Orsi also excavated Medma. Today is Rosarno, and so we don't know if the bias of the recovery of the archaeological material has to do with this thing. It is necessary to reaffirm that throughout the 6 centuries, both on the Tyrrhenian and Ionian sides of the peninsula, archaeological evidence shows that gradually indigenous material gave way to material strongly influenced by Hellenic traces, or even Greek, tuku. Pottery, funerary rituals, deities, temples, buildings, and urban fabric. Already in the 5th centuries, many scholars who excavate in this area and in Sicily say that materiality in this area, as in Sicily, is totally of Greek creation. In the 6th century, as Locrian asserted itself as a true polis, the sources point to the rupture with the Chalcidians of the Strait of Messina. They start to compete with region, to a very strong competition with region, and to dispute for territories both in the interior, in the hinterland of this part of Calabria, and on the coast of the Ionian and the Tyrrhenian. In fact, the influence of Locrian on Metaurus, again verified by the material excavated in the necropolis of Due Pompe, demonstrates that the total occupation of this indigenous settlement by Locrian, and no longer by Zance, in the middle of the 6th century, approximately. It means that Locrian took over Metaurus and took over the plain. In this context, exposed in a brief brushstrokes above, to what extent does the local participate, demonstrate resistance to this penetration, or contribute to the creation of a new cultural environment? That was my, after the things that I read, I was thinking, the various proposed levels of global networks, Mediterranean networks, are much easier to be identified, not least because archaeology has highly valued Hellenic materiality. But Calabria has been heavily excavated by the Italians, although, as we have already mentioned, the systematization of the data is still in a preliminary phase. I believe that during the 7th and the 6th centuries, the archaic period for the Greeks, the Greeks needed the indigenous people much more than the other way around. The Greeks learned from the indigenous people the paths through the hills, the fluvial viability. They got to know the easiest points to overcome the barrier of the Aspromonte Mountains. The interior area that goes from the Ionian to the Tyrrhenian in the hinterland of Locrian is full of anthropic remains, especially rows of stones representing walls, maybe fruria, we don't know, remains of indigenous and Greek pottery, and even some paths carved in stone or paved. It is a hinterland in which the communion of indigenous and Hellenic presence during the archaic period is palpable through materiality. Although moments of rupture are visible, such as the destruction of small indigenous settlements in the central area where Locrians were settled, or the traces of the abandonment of the necropolis of Canale, the coexistence between indigenous people and Greeks in the very first 150 years or so of the installation of Locrian is more than evident. In the archaeological remains, as if the archaeological remains have shown over the centuries a great Hellenic presence in the case of pottery, funerary rites, buildings, as we said above, there is an element that seems to be an indigenous contribution in the very configuration of Western Hellenicity. Can I say Hellenicity in this context? Yes, it still exists. And that had an influence on the construction of Hellenicity as a whole. This element is, in my opinion, the territorial structuring of the polis in the West. There are some fixed points in the development of Hellenicity in the Mediterranean. It is known, for example, how the Hellenes, the Greeks from the 9th century onwards, sailed the seas with Phoenicians and with other peoples participating intensely in networks of transfer of goods. It is a certain fact also that between the 8th and 7th centuries, and eventually until the beginning of the 6th, the polis, as a preferred mode of political, social, and economic organization, is still embryonic in both the Eastern and Western Mediterranean. Another fixed point, and already widely treated by specialists, is the fact that the polis, in its development, over the centuries, consolidates its deep agrarian character, making the possession and control of territories a fundamental element of its existence. I called attention to Hans Beck's paper the first day, that highlighting the importance of space, which called my attention. I'll have to elaborate a little bit more of this. From my point of view, the forms of power, the positioning, the proeminence of a polis, an apoikia, in relation to other polis around it, was based on the notion of the control of land, regardless the commercial issues and regardless of the immediate use that could be made of these territories. I can't believe that the Locrian installed in the Ionian Sea, the Locroi installed in the Ionian Sea, just in the very second generation, had a demographic problem to go over to the Tyrrhenian, to give land to everyone or something like that. So it's were they conscious of they wanted to participate in the commercial networks in the Tyrrhenian? Much more, I believe, it's the thing that the control of land was something inherent of these Greek people, and they needed to have a position among them. They would have to have territories, control of territories, and so forth. This is the trait that, in my opinion, enters as defining the structure of the Greek polis. And in my reflection, this trait is consolidated from the Greek foundations in the west of the Mediterranean. It's a part of the building up of the polis, as well as the creation of the orthogonal urban grids to be developed later in Eastern Greek world. I know less about the Greek foundations in the Black Sea, for example, to know if there too, in archaic times, the possession of territory was a fundamental part of the structuring of apoikiae. However, maybe they were just emporia, or well. However, I know well how archaeology shows that faced with the indigenous communities in southern Italy and Sicily, the Greeks were forced to place vast territories under their dominion, even if these territories were of no immediate use to them, in order to guarantee their permanence in lands that did not previously belong to them. Thus, Locrian marks its position on the Tyrrhenian Sea, 30 kilometers away, and still with a powerful mountain range in between, found in two sub-apoikia, which, at least until the end of the 6th centuries, will be under the influence and direct power of Locrian, and occupying an indigenous settlement, Metauros. I wonder if this practice, this is something I have to elaborate a little bit more, but I wonder if this practice is heir to the cynicism that occurred in the Balkan Greece during the Iron Age and recorded in literary and archaeological sources, for instance, in the survey work by Bincliffe and Snodgrass in Beocia. But it is a fact that here in the Italian Peninsula and in Sicily, in front of the indigenous communities, and because of them, the Greeks were forced to be creative, to create strategies for dominating territories according to the possibilities defined by these local settlements. Locrian was not the only apoikia to found sub-apoikiae. I have already had the opportunity to deal with the case of Syracuse, which founded three or four settlements far from the central nucleus of the apoikia: Casbene, Acrae, Camarina, and these three settlements, and in addition, the foundation of Eloro, which it seems was created from an indigenous population contingent. There's much debate regarding the reasons that led Locrian to found the two sub-apoikia on the Tyrrhenian Sea, and also in dispute with the Chalcidians of the Strait, to occupy Metauros from the 6th century. access to arable land to sustain their population, access to the trade networks that other Greeks, Phoenicians, Etruscans had built in this part of the Mediterranean, internal crisis among segments of Greek settlers who at the foundation of the Apoikia were left without land. This is all the debate around the causes of the foundation of these sub-Apoikias. If we understand that land control was a fundamental point for a settlement to be recognized as independent, with autonomous power among peers, it is easier to recognize that for Locrian, a territorial expansion was simply indispensable. It was this expansion that allowed Locrian to build an area of power in the set of Greek foundations in the West, conquering a place of its own. And in this process, the conditions imposed by the position of the indigenous settlements and the knowledge that this local population had to the land they had inhabited for centuries shaped the structuring of the Locrian area. In this sense, we can understand the agency of these indigenous people, this local, on the Greek globalization process. I don't know. It was said in this conference that local agency had to do with local consciousness, local choices, resilience. After finishing this writing, I thought, in view of what I heard, I thought that if I had had access to more detailed archaeological data from the necropolis of Santo Stefano di Groteria and Stefanelli di Gerace, for instance, where the bibliography indicates the presence of indigenous and Hellenic material in association and shared ritual practices, perhaps I could elaborate a more accurate reflection on localization in this region. Perhaps analyzing the choices of elements of Greek culture made by the epihoroi, and perhaps bringing to light the agency of this evidence in the production of new identities. But this will be another chapter. And I would add only, it's something that goes on very much in the Labeca, that in view of the enormous variety of human groups sharing customs, practices, and knowledge, and in view of the complexity of intercultural connectivity, perhaps the methodology of analysis can be critically chosen among many in order to better illuminate the realities analyzed. So, networks, globalization, mondialization, consumption, hybridization, engagements, entanglements, or even the several worlds proposed by Vlasopoulos could be of use as analytical instruments, and always depending on the nature of material evidence available. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Maria.
I'm leaving.
We have a
coffee break.
coffee break, and we back in half an hour. Podemos começar, mas as pessoas vão entrar. Pode. Well, our next speaker is Dr. Lilian De Angelolaki. She's a fellow researcher at the MAE-USP and focuses on coins iconography and sanctuaries and the relation between Peloponnese and Western Greece. In her latest postdoctoral research, she studied the region of Dalmatia in the classical and Hellenistic period, which she will discuss with us today with the talk Global, Local, and Localism in the Organization of the Polis in Central Dalmatia, 4th, 3rd centuries BC. Lilian, over to you.
Thank you very much for the organizers, for the invitation, Juliana, Wagner, Christina, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. This is a presentation, a small overview of this little known region of the Mediterranean. So let's see the discussion, the questions about this region. So let's go. Central Dalmatia is located, one second. Okay. Central Dalmatia is located in the south-central part of the Croatian coast, on the eastern part of the Adriatic Sea. Although Greek expansion or colonization in the Adriatic Sea began in the 7th century BC, with the foundation of Apoikia and Emporia on the coast of Albania and Italy. Here. In Central Dalmatia, the Greeks only began to found cities from the 6th century BC, the time when the Adriatic became more open to Greek trade. The first Greek city in Central Dalmatia was Corcyra Melina, found on the island of Cortula in the 6th century BC by Corfu and Cnidus. Its existence is known only from literary sources. It has not yet been found. The foundation of Greek cities in Central Dalmatia did not occur again until the beginning of the 4th century BC, with the foundation of Pharos on the island of Hvar and Issa on the island of Vis. In the 3rd century BC, Issa founded 3 new cities, Lombardon, Cortula, and Tragirion and Epetion on the mainland. Therefore, only 5 Greek cities in Central Dalmatia, founded in the late Classical and Hellenistic period, are known from the archaeological and literary evidence. Only in the last 30 years has Central Dalmatia become more prominent in Greek archaeology. There are some reasons for this. Firstly, the regional geopolitics of Yugoslavia during the 20th century, the formation of the Croatian state in the early 1990s, and the country's open up to the world, which led to the development of the Croatian archaeology from the 90s onwards, with major archaeological projects with international cooperation, brought new data on Greek cities in Dalmatia. Before that, there were few data available on Greek cities in Central Dalmatia, and studies on the subject were limited to Yugoslavian or Italian regional journals from Adriatic universities. The lack of data was coupled with the fact that Greek colonization
beyond the Archaic period was of little interest to specialists. The late classical and Hellenistic periods were considered declining phases of Greek colonization in the Mediterranean. They were periods of few new Greek foundations compared to the previous period. These factors led Dalmatia to be seen as a peripheral area of the Greek world, as most publications on the subject show. Even today, few maps mention it as a Greek area in the Mediterranean. In fact, Dalmatia is located outside the main Greek centers in the Mediterranean, the Aegean, Tyrrhenian, and Ionian seas, despite being on the Adriatic Sea, just on the other side of the Italian peninsula. Thinking beyond its geographical location, was Central Dalmatia really a peripheral region of the Greek world? Analyzing Greek colonization in this region from the perspectives of the global and the local helps to broaden our understanding of the organization dynamics of the polis in relation to local realities, local populations, island factors, Roman expansion between the 4th and 3rd century BC, thus leading us to reflect on the extent to which Central Dalmatia represented a peripheral case study and the declining of the Greek colonization dynamics in late classical and Hellenistic periods. Central Dalmatia offers a case study of Greek colonization in a small region, circa 5,000 square kilometers. The concentration of Greek cities made Central Dalmatia, along with Albania and the Po River Delta in northern Italy, one of the centers of Greek colonization in the Adriatic. Central Dalmatia is the only insular area of Greek colonization in the Adriatic, and thus represents a case study of the Greek polis adaptation in an insular area in the midst of local non-Greek populations. Faros, Issa, and its three apoikiai were established in the influence zone of Illyrian and Liburnian populations. The East Adriatic coast is known as an Illyrian area. This generalization has its origins in Greek and Roman literary sources. Hecatæus, Thucydides, and Herodotus were the first Greek authors to generalize the various populations that inhabited the coast of Central Dalmatia as Illyrians, although the names of many so-called Illyrian tribes also appear in these sources. It was during the period of the Illyrian kingdoms in the 3rd century BC that the denomination of the holy area as Illyria was consolidated by Roman authors. This was the period of the Illyrian kingdom's ethnogenesis, the most studied by historians due to the abundance of ancient sources available from this period, which led to the holy region becoming known as Illyria. As archaeological work has progressed over the last 30 years, the reality of the older periods of the East Adriatic coast and more recently on the Croatian coast has been revealed, which has given meaning to the accounts of some Greek sources, which describe a much wider variety of populations on that coast. The Illyrian label was used in different contexts and probably developed as an ethnographic generalization by foreigners, the Greeks and later the Romans, in relation to similar indigenous languages or mutually intelligible languages among these populations. In addition to the Illyrians, another important local population on the East Adriatic coast who came into contact with the Greeks were the Liburnians. They are also described in Greek sources. The Liburnian culture development took place between the Late Bronze Age, 11th and 10th century BC, and throughout the Iron Age, ending with Roman power in the region. Their dominance in the Adriatic decreased until the 4th century BC, when it was brought to an end by the intensive colonization of the Greeks in Central Dalmatia. From the moment the Greeks made their presence felt by found cities in the area, the dominance of the Liburnians and Illyrians in regional trade, territorial domains, and local material culture changed on various levels. From the archaeological point of view, even today, it's difficult to know to which Adriatic population the hill forts and tumuli from the Bronze and the Iron Age belonged to, which are the settlement patterns of these local populations and are found not only in Central Dalmatia, but all along the Croatian coast. Unfortunately, only a few of these sites have been sufficiently excavated. As well as bearing witness to the history of territorial occupation over the long term, the archaeological finds of these hill forts and tumuli also testify the exchange of material culture between these Iron Age communities, those on the Adriatic coast of Italy, since the 9th century BC, and later with the Greeks through Adriatic trade between the Archaic and Hellenistic periods. The first polis founded in Central Dalmatia in the classical period was Pharos. It is the oldest polis in the region for which we have archaeological evidence. Pharos was founded by Parians in the first quarter of the 4th century BC with the help of Dionysius I, tyrant of Syracuse. The polis was established on the south coast of Starigrad Bay, northwest of Hvar Island. Today, only parts of the Asti are known, such as sections of walls and remains of houses. The Greek city lies beneath the UNESCO heritage site of Starigrad. The Kora of Pharos is the best known. Archaeological and geophysical research has identified the division of and extent of the plots from Greek times, which are still used today. The area is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Apart from the trace of plots divisions, burials, and the scant remains of farmhouses, the only significant Greek constructions are the towers at Maslinovic and Thor. It is known from literary and epigraphic sources that the Greeks of Pharos faced difficulties with the local populations when they settled on the island of Hvar during the initial phase of Pharos. Diodorus reports that at the time of their settlement on the island, the Illyrians were hostile to the parents. Also bear witness to the hostile relationship between the Greeks of Pharos and the local populations in the inscription found in Starigrad, which mentions the dedication of war spoils of the Iadasinoi and their allies. There is evidence that Pharos shared island space with the local population, but there is no evidence of cultural interaction between them. Pharos' connection with the wider Greek world, in this case with Paros, continued during the Hellenistic period, as shown by the Pharos Psephisma from the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. This is an inscription of a public decision by the assembly on the physical and political reconstruction of Pharos and of the aid received from its metropolis Pharos during the Roman expansion in Central Dalmatia. Sometime after Pharos in the 4th century BC, Issa was established on the island of Vis. Unlike Pharos, Issa dominated regional trade and expanded into the region, founding Aboikiai. It is generally accepted that it was founded by Greeks coming from another island polis, Syracuse in Sicily. Important urban elements are known, such as part of its Hellenistic fortification, the location of the ancient port, housing structure, part of the urban grid of streets, and the Hellenistic cemetery. The available archaeological evidence indicates that Issa's territory may have encompassed the entire island of Vis, as there is no evidence that it shared its territory with another polis or possibly with any local settlements. There are at least 5 settlements of local populations on Vis, but it is not certain whether these were still active during Issa's initial phase. Issa is the only polis where direct evidence of cultural interaction between Greeks and local populations has been found, and most of it comes from its main necropolis. Names of Illyrian origin appear in inscriptions on funerary stelae, while osteological analysis indicates characteristics of Illyrian populations in burials in the Greek necropolis. Established on the smallest island occupied by polis, with vulnerabilities caused by restriction from its environment, Issa managed to develop as a Greek city with the most prosperous commerce and a prominent political position in all its region. Issa was responsible for an important wine production mentioned by Athenaeus, exported throughout the Adriatic and to distant locations such as Alexandria. In addition, from the 3rd century BC onwards, Issa dominated the regional trade of pottery exported to local Adriatic populations and to places in Asia Minor and the Levant. Throughout the Hellenistic period, therefore, Issa consolidated its dominance in regional trade. As a result, Issa began its colonizing activities in the 3rd century BC in central Dalmatia. Epigraphic evidence reports the foundation of a sub-colony of the Icians at Lumbarda on the island of Cortula. Issa also expanded to mainland, found in Tragirion in the Gulf of Castella and Epetion east of Split. Due to time constraints, I will only mention the case of the Apoikia of Issa that existed in the present-day city of Lumbarda, on the island of Cortula. It is known that a Greek city existed there from the finding of Greek graves and the fragments of the Psephisma, a rare and valuable decree about an agreement between Greeks and locals in the process of territorialization of the Greek city in the region. Cortula provides an important case study on the interaction between the Greek city and the local population of Illyrian origin. In addition to the Psephisma, the island is home of the Copila hill fort, dating between the 4th and 1st centuries BC, the main regional example of Greek cultural appropriation seen at an unknown Greek site. Archaeological evidence on the coast of central Dalmatia shows at least 2 levels of cultural interaction between Greeks and non-Greeks in this region, in the polis context and colonization, and outside of it, in the context of trade and in 2 sanctuaries in the region, the sanctuaries of Diomedes in Cape Plotia and in Akovana Cave on the Peliashak Peninsula, places frequented by Greeks and Illyrians. Between the 4th and 2nd centuries BC, there was a peak in the diffusion of Greek cultural traits to local communities on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea. Some of these communities, such as Copila, selected local and wider Hellenistic cultural influences, adopting them to fit the needs of their own expressions of identity. The Greek cities of central Dalmatia are examples of how the polis was organized in institutional and physical terms in a non-Greek and insular area. It shows how the polis and its physical and political organization was maintained at a late stage of Greek colonization in a small area of the eastern Adriatic coast. The study of the urban space and territory of Pharos shows that this was a typical Greek city. Located outside the main Greek centers of the Mediterranean, Pharos was not peripheral if we look at its need to belong to what was Greek, seen in its political organization, urban form, and identity ties represented by contact with Pharos, which demonstrate its connection with the wider Greek world. As examples of cultural contact with local populations on various levels, Issa and its apoikia in Lombarda are examples of the localism of the Greek polis and its adaptation and interaction with local populations. Although there are no studies on the identity of the Greeks in Central Dalmatia, it is possible to say that they were Greeks politically connected to their homelands, who benefited with regional trade with the Adriatic populations and exchanged cultural traits with them. On the one hand, they share regional cultural traits with the West Adriatic coast, as can be seen in the pottery from Nyssa, which is similar to the Gnatia Apulian type. On the other hand, they also sought to connect with the wider Greek world, the Aegean, and the closer world, Greek world, such as the Ionian and northern and central Greece. An unpublished numismatic study on the iconography of the coins of Pharos and Issa, which I am currently working on, has shown how there may have been a connection between these Greek cities of Central Dalmatia and these regions, highlighting the need for the Central Dalmatian polis in the so-called Illyrian area to connect with the Hellenicity of the nearest Greek world. From numismatics, we can realize that localism refers not only to the Adriatic, but also to wider regional connection. Thank you. Thank you, Lillian. Very quickly.
No, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. So thank you, Lillian. Now, our final speaker is Amalia Abramido. Perfect. Yeah. She's an assistant professor of Celtical archaeology.
Okay.
Sorry. Associate professor. My information was not. Yes. Sorry. Of classical archaeology of the Department of Language, Literature, and Culture of the Black Sea countries at Democritus University of Thrace. Her area of interest is in Greek art and archaeology, pottery and iconography, ancient Thrace, and cross-cultural relations in the Mediterranean. Today, Professor Abramido presents the talk titled The Sanctuary of Parthenos at Neapolis, Kavala, as a reflection of the formation and development of the Greek polis. Now, I give the floor to Professor. Thank you.
Well, I will try to deliver. If in the middle of the talk I stop, Petya is going to take over. So, thank you all for still being here for the last talk of the last session of this marathon conference. It's been extremely vibrant and I learned a lot. Many thanks to the graduate students that were at our seminars. They had amazing comments and prompted the discussion. And most of all, thank you to the organizers, Christina, Wagner, Juliana, everyone here for making this happen. And I'll quote one of, the end scenes of a movie we all know. I think this is the beginning of a wonderful friendship. So, the Sanctuary of Parthenos as a reflection of the formation and development of the Greek polis of Neapolis, Kavala. Use this, right?
No.
Ancient Neapolis, a coastal settlement in the North Aegean opposite the island of Thassos, lies under the modern city of Kavala. Founded in the 7th century BCE, on the rocky peninsula known today as Panaya Hill, Neapolis was situated at the crossroads between the northern Thracian hinterlands and the eastern part of the Thasiaki Epirus, the Thasian continent, of Herodotus and Thucydides. Scholars suggest that its name, the new city, was meant to highlight the fact that it was the first foundation on the coast. The history of ancient Neapolis is known to us through inscriptions and sources that underscore the city's close alliance with Athens, its troubled relation to its motherland Thassos, and the fact that it was the naval base of Brutus and Cassius before the Battle of Philippi in 44 BC. Today, I will focus on the information we glean from the study of the sanctuary of Parthenos, the maiden, the virgin, that's what it means, regarding the development of the city. I will begin by stressing the obvious, the importance of location, and after a short presentation of the history of research, I will address the following questions through an examination of select finds. 1. What can we surmise regarding the foundation of the city based on the finds from the sanctuary? 2. What seems to have been the role of Neapolis on a regional level and across the Mediterranean? 3. What can the finds tell us about the relations with the motherland Thassos and Athens? 4. Do the finds reflect any change in the Hellenistic and Roman period? Starting with geography, a snapshot from Google Earth sufficiently highlights the difference of the terrain between the rather barren motherland Paros, and you can see everything on the plan, I hope. I know it's kind of small, but Paros, and the gifted island of Thassos and the opposite coast. There we have hospitable harbors, water sources, stone and metal quarries, fertile land and forests. Thassos and its Perea, the coast, enjoy a privileged location near the Strimon River, Mount Pangaeon, and the Valley of Philippi. That explains both Neapolis' wealth and the reasons why the area attracted numerous settlers throughout antiquity. Excavations at Panagia Hill were limited because of the diachronic occupation of the peninsula. And you can see from the aerial how densely habitated it is, and there's so many layers from prehistory until today. They have brought to light sections of ancient fortification, and you can see the tracing, the outline with red on your screen, and upon which later phase of fortification walls were built. There is also burials, and of course the sanctuary of Parthenos, the tutelary deity of the city. The location of the sanctuary was first identified by Georgios Bakalakis in the 1930s at the western part of the peninsula, near the Ottoman Imaret, a few meters away from Muhammad Ali's residence. He was the ruler of Egypt in the 19th century, born in Kavala. Stone inscriptions and inscribed vases confirm the name of the deity worshipped in the Temenos as Parthenos. Many of Bakalakis' finds from the sanctuary, along with other antiquities, were pillaged or destroyed during the Second World War, when the city was occupied by Bulgarian forces, and then by the British army that was stationed at the museum, but also by the Greek Civil War that followed. Excavations resumed in the 50s and 60s with Dimitris Lazaridis under strenuous and often dangerous working conditions. Small-scale rescue excavations were also undertaken in the 90s. And on the plan, you can see the schematic colors of all the different phases of excavations. A systematic study of this legacy material began in 2018, aiming to produce a contextual analysis of the finds and examine afresh this important North Aegean site. And I'm happy to report there is a first volume, a monograph on Parthenos coming out within the next couple of months, followed by a second edited volume with contributions from a stellar group of scholars. Their names you will see as the screens continue to fall one after the other. Let me briefly walk you through the excavation results and the past campaigns. And as we proceed, we will highlight characteristic finds. With regard to architecture, what survives consists of now buried, there is nothing to see, wall sections and spolia from the Archaic period. A fragmentary wall can be construed as a perivolos, while there are also archaic antefixes and several late archaic architectural members of an Ionic peripteral temple. You will see that in a minute. The large deposit, it is a triangular deposit up north, was filled with ashes, charcoal bones, and hundreds of pottery sherds, figurines, and other objects, and has been interpreted as an altar. Finds date from late 8th, early 7th through the Hellenistic and later periods. There are two closed assemblages, those two oval shapes, these are the pyres, excavated by Bakalakis, containing archaic pottery not beyond 500, and other deposits, again filled predominantly with archaic objects. On the other hand, the rock-cut channel, in red here, included mainly Hellenistic pottery and figurines. There is also a limited number of inscriptions from the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd century BC, and numerous examples of inscribed pottery. We'll see samples as we proceed. Now, our attempt to organize the material in a chronological sequence led to the distinction of 4 phases, starting with late 8th, early 7th century BC, that is phase 1. This is where the initial cult point of Parthenos was probably the altar at the northern end of the sanctuary, based on handmade pottery and other finds. Then we proceed in the 6th century. That's when the pyres, the closed deposits of Bakalakis date, and those can be associated to rituals occurring at the same time with a building predating the marble late archaic temple. That is phase 2. And this phase overlaps with Neapolis' minting of silver coins, with numerous dedicatory ceramic inscriptions, and the heyday of imported pottery and other votives. By the early of the 5th century, the peripheral Ionic temple appears to have replaced previous structures, that is phase 3, and this phase corresponds to most of the architecture discovered in the area. It also follows vases marked with Parthenos' initials. I'll have pictures of all that in a minute. After the 4th century, in the Hellenistic period, there must have been at least one more ritual cleaning, probably towards the late Hellenistic period, judging from the finds of the rock-cut channel. That is our phase 4. So, the beginning of the Temenos is inevitably associated with the foundation of the city. The earliest handmade local pottery studied by our colleague Konstantia Miridou dates to the late 8th, early 7th century BC, parallel to subgeometric fragments, and handmade vessels occur through the 2nd quarter of the 6th century, found together with Attic black figure. Additionally, there is a distinct amount of G2-3 ware, a category of fine ware produced in the North Aegean, comprising mostly drinking and serving shapes of high quality. According to Petya Ilieva, the earliest examples date to the late 8th, early 7th century BC. And the bulk of the material goes to the first half of the century and can be associated with a pre-Greek habitation cluster. From the middle of the 7th century onwards appear examples of Cycladic, Parian pottery, and Thracian imitations. There's a lot of imitations. The material record corresponds to literary accounts following the initial campaigns of the Parian Telis, that's the name of the leader, Telisicles, and then Archilochos arrive on Thassos before the middle of the 7th century to reinforce the island settlement and to progress their advancements on the Perea, forcing at the same time the local Thracians to move to the coast. However, we should keep in mind that according to some scholars at least, the Naxians, an island right next to Paros, century-long competitors of the Parians, were also trying to establish a settlement on the island and the coast. Their attempts were unsuccessful and led to the massacre of the Naxians by the Thracians. This tradition of a Naxian presence in the area may be the key, in my opinion, to understanding the origins of Parthenos' cult, an intriguing parameter that I have explored elsewhere. We can talk about it later if you want. Now, moving on to the 6th century, the sanctuary develops into an important religious center which aims to further propel the city's economy and prosperity, demonstrated foremost by the minting of its own coinage by the 525, and this is early for such cutting of coins. There is also terracotta antefixes from this period, suggesting that the Temenos consisted of rather modest structures, no marble, that's what I mean. At the same time, it received hundreds of dedications of different types. Some arriving from as far as Etruria, like this little ivory lion, probably an applique on a cyst. There is also figurines. There is a rather, unfortunately, fragmentary terracotta statue. We only have her feet and part of her gown. And knuckle bones, or astragali in Greek. There is pendants, clay, roundels, and an interesting clay piece, probably an e-inks. It might have magical connotations. It's, you know, it's either a toy, an instrument. They use it for enchantment. There is also a peculiar shape of a local clay tablets or pinakes. They have the shape of a wine skin. If you can bring that in mind, I don't have a whole sketch to show you. And there is this. These are local. However, this one is imported all the way from Africa. What else? We have alabastra, glass vessels, bronze items, and very impressive lead-encased knuckle bone, which I think is a weight. And I hope the student that does loom weights is here. Hundreds of loom weights, primarily of Archaic period. So the cosmopolitan character of the sanctuary, and by reflection of the city, is best exemplified in the large amounts of imported pottery. Almost all archaic ceramic workshops are attested among the finds. And I hope you can see in the graph, the majority consists of cups, and pardon my Greek, but it's kailikes, drinking cups, a lot of drinking cups. And that is that shape is followed by plates, graters for wine, amphoras, lamps, and so on and so forth. And just to see the highlights, we have examples from Thracian workshops imitating Chian prototypes, Laconian ware, Attic, Limnian, Corinthian. There is also Boeotian, but I skipped that, I guess. But I want to point out the Thracian lamps here, and we'll see some more examples later on. East Greek, imitations of East Greek pottery as well, and the characteristic Thracian vases of this period. The function of the sanctuary of Parthenos as a public venue where one would pay their respects and display their status through a votive is best illustrated in the corpus of inscribed dedications from this period. For example, we have this fragmentary Thracian cup. It preserves the Greek inscription "Tis Parthenou," belongs to the goddess or for the goddess named Parthenos. And then the most famous inscription from the sanctuary, the dedication found on an early black figure Attic crater by two men, Nymphis and Pergamos, using the Parian alphabet, thus the Omega, Anephesan, they dedicated to the goddess. With regard to imported figured pottery, one should also point out the predominance of Attic vases. By the 2nd of the 7th, and more so in the first half of the 6th, Attic imports appear in the sanctuary, beginning with the transport amphoras and a few examples of painted pottery, such as Lecanides, cups, followed by the works of the Circle of Lythos and Amasis, as you see here. What we do find in hundreds, literally, are little master cups, as they're known, and you see a variety of their shapes here, as well as other symbolic shapes such as amphoras and craters. All these are Attic. So the sanctuary of Parthenos reaches its peak in the late Archaic period as the wealth of votives and the impressive architectural members of an early 5th century temple attest. What is actually ancient is the capitals, so this is part of the reconstruction. The Ionic peripteral temple, made of Thracian marble, is one of the few examples of monumental sacred architecture of the Archaic period in the North Aegean. As the sanctuary of Parthenos developed over time from a small temenos dedicated to a maiden goddess into a regional cult center of a polyadic deity, there seems to have been a conscious attempt to increase its size and monumentality. The erection of such an imposing structure overlooking the harbor of Neapolis would have stood as a fitting symbol of the wealth and power of a city that survived the Persian invasion and evolved into an autonomous communal cult center. Neapolis's prosperity did not pass unnoticed by the Athenians, who had been striving for years to extend their control in the area of the Strymon River. And I remind you here of the capture of Ion and how Kimon is associated. It was the leading, the general there, and this piece of pottery is associated with a dedication he set up in the middle of Athens to commemorate his victory. It was 3 herms. So that's the idea. And of course, the foundation of Amphipolis. Now, the Athenians saw in Neapolis a reliable ally, a city capable to contest the power of Thasos. Neapolis remained faithful to Athens for many years and is mentioned several times in the Athenian tribute lists, the accounts registering the dues of each city member of the Athenian League. This close bond between the two cities is best exemplified in the following 2 Athenian decrees. On your screens, you have these 2 stelae, and they're important for many reasons, including the confirmation of Parthenos being the name of the deity and not an epithet, it's not an adjective. The first one preserves parts of 2, maybe 3 different late 5th century decrees, and mentions that a copy was meant to be erected at the sanctuary of Parthenos at Neapolis. We don't have the copy from Neapolis, we only have the one from Athens. This confirms that Parthenos was a political deity and their sanctuary was used as a venue for public activities. This decree also contains erasura. They erased part of the text when Neapolis decided to eliminate any ties, cut all the ties with the motherland Thracians. This is not often for Greek standards, ancient Greek standards, and also what is surprising is that Athens happily accepted it. So the role of Parthenos as a patron deity is reaffirmed in the 4th century Attic decree on your right, honoring 2 Neapolitan ambassadors, which is crowned by this picture of Athena shaking hands with Parthenos. And you can see, she is a maiden, so she's small, but she's also not as important as Athens, Athena. This is, by the way, the only surviving iconographic representation of Parthenos, apart from the stylized head portraits on coins. During the late 5th and 4th centuries, imported vessels, including Attic painted pottery, decrease in numbers. Red figure examples are actually scarce. Black lake vessels become the norm. Dedications give way to another group of ceramic inscriptions. Now we have the more formalized par marks. Dozens of Attic skyphoi, these deep cups here, bowls and plates are designated as pottery belonging to the goddess. They carry her initials, Parthenos. Their uniformity suggests that they were used in rituals regulated by Temenos and possibly state officials, and they overlap with the period of close alliance between Athens and Neapolis. From the 4th century onwards, the revamping and upkeep of the Temenos appears to have relied on sanctuary officials and wealthy private individuals. 2 inscriptions discovered in the Neapolitan sanctuary mention the goddess by name and commemorate local families involved in ritual practices and sanctuary administration. The first one is the dedications of seats and tables by Dieus and Philton, probably in the late 5th, probably 4th century. This inscription supports the hypothesis of public meals as part of ritual celebrations, a practice further enhanced by the large quantities of dining and drinking vessels and cooking equipment discovered in the sanctuary. The second inscription dates to the 2nd century BC and records the offering of a kreophylakion, a place to store meat, presumably after the sacrifices, by a certain Apollophanes, a custodian to the sanctuary. The city seems to maintain its role as an important commercial and economic center, based on the diversity of artifacts unearthed in the sanctuary. However, the variety and wealth of the 6th century remain unparalleled. There is nothing to suggest any disruption, change in cult practices. Formal ritual wine and food consumption, probably nocturnal, appears to continue throughout the Hellenistic period. Judging from the procurement of black sleep balls, this one, stamped with Parthenos' ligature, by the presence of relief or Megarian skyphoi, as they're called, these deep balls, and by numerous lamps. So to conclude, following this overview of the material, we come back to our original question. What do the finds from the sanctuary of Parthenos tell us about Neapolis? The promontory where the Apiciia was founded was probably a habitation site of local Thracians. After a complex series of battles and alliances involving Parians, Thasians, Thracians, perhaps Naxians, a new city was founded, probably around 650 BC, with an elusive to us divinity called Parthenos as its patron deity. Pottery and other finds from the 7th and 6th centuries suggest a distinct influence from the Cyclades and the North Aegean, which gradually gave way to commercial and cultural traditions from Athens and Ionia. Thasian pottery and clay products were always present in significant quantities. Neapolis minted silver coins already by 525, confirming its strong economy. Its cosmopolitan character is reflected in the diversity of finds dedicated and used in the sanctuary and its contacts with various Mediterranean centers, from Etruria to Rhodes to Aeolia. It appears that Neapolis played a key role as a regional center thanks to its harbors, not a coincidence that the sanctuary overlooks the port, as you see on the little star, and it was also a hub for local trade with coastal and inland territories. The city appears to have been fortified at least by the end of the 6th century, maybe as part of a master plan that included the revamping and expansion of the Temenos of Parthenos, along with the construction of the Ionic temple after the Persian Wars. The latter was a major communal project, attesting to the power of the city in the 6th and 5th century, and the role of the sanctuary as a venue to set up decrees, hold communal meals, and probably regulate commercial and cultural activities. Continuously difficult relations with Assos led to denouncing the motherland on official decrees and instead forming close alliance with Athens throughout the 5th and 4th century. Pottery imports decreased in the second half of the 5th and the 4th century in the Temenos, but transport amphoras are constantly present. From the 4th onwards, Thracian ceramics are predominant, indicating perhaps a stronger control of the Neapolitan economy by the island. In the Hellenistic period, communal meals seem to continue in the sanctuary, along with the refurbishment of the Temenos by private undertaking and the involvement of state/sanctuary in the procurement of vessels. Neapolis continues to exist even after the rise of Amphipolis and Philippi, serving as the port of Philippi and a station of Via Egnatia. Thank you. Thanks.
Stay here. So I would like to thank again our guests for sharing their amazing research with us. And we can open the Q&A session. So I invite all of the speakers to join us here. Please. There is share pressure. Yeah. You. Tem perguntas? Você me avisa. We can start to the start.
Thank you for your talks. I have two questions. First one is to Professor, for his average Professor Locke.
Let me take the internet.
I research, as you know, Roman nation, and I've been surprised by the so-called invisibility of the nations. Romanian archaeologists weirdly seem not to be able to see the nations. I have heard accounts also that archaeologists here from the Pai, excavating in Portugal, found out that the authorities were not really keen or eager to allow excavations of the pre-Roman land. Do you think that both in Italy and Croatia there is also a lack of interest in excavating pre-Roman or pre-Greek land? Okay. The second question is to Professor Florenzano and to Professor Alvarito. My formation is as an historian and I'm relatively newcomer to archaeology. Since your being, which Professor Florenzano mentioned in her talk, was one of the first areas to recover after Bronze Age collapse, it may hold a key to understanding the internal dynamics which led to the Greek expansion of colonization. Could you both suggest a way to investigate the internal dynamics of the Ionian settlements? I can only think of the studies the patterns of land occupation in order to see if the arable land was lacking the island. What can you suggest to someone interested in this subject? Escola em português. Alguém vai. Isso em inglês hoje não fala essas coisas. Eu tenho uma questão, tanto com a professora Florenzano quanto com a professora Lopes. Eu pesquiso, como vocês sabem, a Dácia romana. E eu fiquei surpreso em descobrir a assim chamada invisibilidade dos dácios. Os arqueólogos romanos estranhamente parecem não ser capazes de ver, de enxergar os dácios. Eu também ouvi relatos de arqueólogos aqui do Mar, escavando no norte de Portugal, que eles descobriram que as autoridades portuguesas não estavam lá muito dispostas ou interessadas em escavar ou permitir as escavações dos níveis pré-romanos. Vocês acreditam que, tanto na Itália quanto na Croácia, existe também uma falta de interesse em escavar os níveis pré-romanos ou pré-gregos? A segunda questão é para a professora Florenzano e para a professora Alvarito. A minha formação é como historiador, e eu sou relativamente recém-chegado na arqueologia. Uma vez que a Eubéia, que a professora Florenzano mencionou, passagem, né, na sua fala, foi uma das primeiras áreas a se recuperar após o colapso da Idade do Bronze. A área pode ser uma chave para entender as dinâmicas internas que conduziram à expansão grega. Vocês podem sugerir uma maneira de investigar essas dinâmicas internas dos assentamentos da Eubéia? Eu não consigo pensar apenas no estudo dos fatores de ocupação de terra, para tentar ver se faltava terra arável. O que vocês podem sugerir para quem é interessado nesse assunto?
Posso responder? Claro. Então, sobre a predileção por escavar um tipo de extrato, maybe in English, né?
Yes, it's
In Italy, there is this area that I studied, the very tip of Calabria, has not big, huge Roman sites. So many Iron Age sites were excavated, many. And other sites, for instance, the big city of Reggio is over the site. So the excavation cannot go through. The Greeks, the Greek cities of the Greek cities, the Greek polis, the Greek Archaic. For instance, Crotona also has not much excavation because the city is over but on the Tirreno, on the Tyrrhene Sea, there aren't very big sites, and so they were excavated until the Archaic Age and so forth. For instance, Vibo Valencia, we have, which was Eponium, we have very little archaeological documentation because the city is over the top. In Rosarno, which is Medba, we do have some more excavations because the city was not that much developed. The modern city is not much developed. The same with Metauros. Right? Today is Gioia Tauro in the plain, and it's Gioia Tauro is the core of the mafia, the Indrangheta, the Calabrian Indrangheta. And the they have financed the port because they needed the port to the drug traffic. Well, anyhow, there are, I believe, where they have big, huge Roman monuments, they don't go over to excavate because they will destroy those levels. Okay? And Greek, for instance, Studio in southern Italy was discovered very recently. Even Locrian is a very decadent modern city. So they have excavated a lot in Locrian, and the modern city is a little bit dislocated on the side. So they have excavated a lot of the urban grid and the sites, the hinterland sites. So it depends on, and it's a problem because many of these sites are private property, and they don't want excavators. They don't want archaeologists. So it's this was the first question, wasn't it? Yeah, so there is a predilection for big monuments, and more or less, it depends on the place. It depends on Rome, for instance. Even so, the Palatine was excavated in Archaic levels. So, and the other question was if someone was interested in Euboea, there are many excavations in Euboea. The Mai has many publications, but as far as the expansion, the Greek expansion relates, this Chalcidic Euboean network was very, very strong, but also the Phocians were around, and together with the Phoenicians. And so it's, I'm not very, I don't know very much about the archaeology of Phocian, but I know, for instance, Camilla Diowood had works on the Euboean island and houses, I believe, funerary stuff. But I was just interested in the network built up by these people in the Western Mediterranean. So that's why because of Locrian, I was interested in this expansion. They were very much important in Campania, but I don't control all the data of the Chalcidians in Campania. And they were very present in Sicily, very present in Sicily too. Mm-hmm. They were very present in Argentina as well.
Sim, oh yeah, sorry. I did just a comment that they were very present in Halkidiki in Greece. They were looking for metals. They were fighting amongst each other. There are the two main cities in Euboea, and they had to find different ways to expand and gain profit. And amidst of all this, they had to face the Phoenicians. They had to go try to see where they can relocate and actually install viable settlements. But the search was not, okay, let's first find arable land, let's go cultivate land. They needed the metals. They go first as merchants, and then they inhabit a site.
Mhm. Okay. In my case,
Mas aqui tem a listinha, você viu?
well, it depends on the period, I think. But I think the Croatians or the Yugoslavs always have an interest in the Iranians and in the local populations, because we see the old periodicals about the archaeology of this region. There are a lot of studies about Iranian populations from the Iron Age, so Bronze Age, so thinking, but there are always a predilection for the Greeks and the Romans,
And also political interest,
yes,
depending on the place.
depending on the place, the period.
Mussolini, for instance, changed that thing. He wanted to go in. So the Republican was left aside. The Republican vestiges were left aside during this period. It just wasn't the imperial falling because politics, spirit. And Juliana, James, questions? Yeah.
Indonesia, there is the same connection between islands and mainlands as in the Normandia, as you call it, Pelea.
Yes. There's a correlation, a good correlation. Yes. With the case of Isa and its Apoikia, because Isa founded an Apoikia in an island, Cortula, and in the Piraea, because my Croatian colleagues don't call that area in the continent as a Piraea, but I think it's a Piraea of Isa. Yes, there is a correlation, a good correlation between Central Dalmatia and the Northern Aegean. So we can exchange experiences, because about Central Dalmatia, there are not so many archaeological evidence like in the Northern Aegean. So it's a good case to compare to my region. Because the Thracians are there, that coastline, and it's the same in Dalmatia with the Iranians and the Greeks.
I think that you make a very good case. Keep in mind that they were both colonized by Paros, so they knew what they were doing. First step, get the island, then expand to the coast.
Yes, but there in Central Dalmatia was Isa, founded by Syracuse, that make the colonization, sub-colonization. But we can share thoughts.
More questions? Thank you. Victor?
Well, I'd like to congratulate all of you for all the lectures and presentations. My question today goes to Professor Florenzano. Well, for someone who paid attention in this seminar on global, local, and localism, I think you gave us lecture about how to instrumentalize and criticize theoretical concepts in an actual case, like collaborative, like you showed us. So my question, we talked about globalization, organism, sterilization, indigenization, integration. Professor, do you believe that cultural interactions, they need to be observed case by case, observing the makings and the transformations of both native and exogenous cultures when we are talking about cultural interactions? And, and if it is complicated to take just one of these concepts we have here to integrate all of locals and temporalities.
I think so, because there is a variety and a complexity, several levels of complexity, and a variety of sites, a variety of different populations. And I believe that sometimes, and also, if we have to control the material data and the literary sources, we don't have enough documentation to apply certain concepts. So we can, I don't know, we can use several ways. That's what I said at the end of my talk. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So I believe that we can integrate methods, methodologies, connectivities. That's what we saw here. Stopacasa said things, Fabio said other things, and then we have all this complexity, different complexity levels that we have to understand what's going on. And so, and also, as I see in the global approach, global and local approach, I see much of our world. We are trying to understand what's going on in this world with all these people going out from Syria to Europe, the Africans, and we are perplexed in front of all this. And so we are seeking to understand this. And so we look and create new concepts to explain, in our view, past. That's what I think. That's what I don't know.
And I do agree.
I tried to make an exercise, but I thought at the end that if I had the material from the necropolis, I could make more of these concepts.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I answered.
Perguntei se a professora Florentina acredita que alterações culturais devem ser estudadas de caso a caso, considerando estruturas, informações de cada cultura, tanto de nativos quanto exógenas no movimento cultural, e que se isso viria antes de tentar achar um grande conceito que englobasse todos os contatos culturais.
Eu acho que, por exemplo, for instance, the networks, the concept of networks as systematized by Iron Malkin helped us a lot to see many things, but other things were left aside. So we can work
with a lot of tools.
Yes, yeah, I think so. This is postmodernism we can use.
Thank you. Now, Felipe, please.
Definitely to all. First of all, I would like to thank you, all speakers, for the presentation. It was very interesting. Good question for Professor Ineva. I would like to ask you, because scholarship usually has done some works with the comparison between the Eleusinian mysteries and the Celebration mysteries. So as far as I remember, the textual sources who describe it as a mysterious code, the Seminário, it is late from the Hellenistic or the Roman period. As far as I remember, but you could correct me. And I would like to ask you if you could tell us about a little bit about comparison that is made in the scholarship between Eleusinian mysteries and Celebration mysteries, and what do you see about this comparison in the light of the material research, archaeological finds of the Celebration sanctuary of the Greek gods?
Right, as far as I know, the earliest mentioning of the mysteries is in Herodotus, the 5th century. Of course, the Hellenistic sources are far more, and that's why I said in the beginning that modern research and the ancient authors, they were all charmed by the mysteries, and they all focused on the sanctuary, and that's why we know almost nothing about the polis, for example. But what Herodotus is essentially telling us is that because it's mysteries, he's not allowed to speak about it and what's going on. So all this, first, my research has been always focused on the initial stage of the colonization and contacts between the Greeks and the local people, not so much on the nature of the code and the sanctuary of the Greek gods, because I personally believe that what was in the beginning, with a very early deposit in the sanctuary, was changed later, and especially in Hellenistic times, because it was heavily influenced by the politics of the Macedonian royal court. So what I want to say is that I'm not an expert in religion. I've read studies on comparing both the Eleusinian and Samothracian mysteries, but so what point exactly is your question, the comparison between the two? What are we looking for?
As there are some comparisons that I remember.
Yes, but they're all, especially with the Samothrace, they're all guesses essentially, because we do not have a lot of written. In fact, we don't have written information about the nature of what they were doing there. I mean, the actual practices that they were doing in the sanctuary.
Is because of Syrian mysteries, they show how the kind of sanctuary which located in the western frontier of Attica was important in the way that they shaped all the territory of Attica. So my question was, because in the light of the archaeological evidence that you have in Salitrace, if you have something similar that you see in the ritual practice, for instance, and the kind of patterns that you see in the sanctuary as a way of shaping also the city of Salitrace.
Yes. Well, shaping the city of Samothrace, it's hard to say, because with Athens you can compare with the city. With Samothrace you cannot compare, because we don't know what's going on in the city. But the sanctuary was very heavily used in Hellenistic times by the Macedonian royal family to promote itself through investing into the monumental monumentality of the sanctuary. And this is when it really got its international fame, and we know that there were people coming from all over the then world. They receive, and believe it or not, but in modern Bulgarian inland Thrace, one of the very few, in fact, the only excavated Thracian capital, it's a 3rd century date within the city, the build. It follows more or less Greek models of architecture, but there is a sanctuary of the great gods of Samothrace in this place. And this is all related to the politics after the Hellenistic times. So in ways, yes, it did shape the Hellenistic work, mainly in the northern area, it was important because for the Macedonian court, I mean, they could not exercise such influence on sanctuaries such as Delphi, for example, or Delos. Samothrace was the closest one, and they did use it very well. That's why in archaic times we see it did something very, very local. The finds there are very humble, let's say. And suddenly it flourishes in 4th century, late century. Thank you. Professor Bailey?
One question to the thank you very much for the contribution. I confirm that we have a large number of common themes inside the 1,000 years that I have one very general question. Do any states with the Highland Foundation study make it possible to reconstruct unknown maritime routes between islands? Because we make the continents at the location of island monasteries depend on communications routes, make it possible to reconstruct these unknown routes, which is very difficult now because the sea level has changed a lot.
Se as ilhas se tributação econômica entre as ilhas, quantas poucas
As correntes. I think so, yes, but I need to study it. Yes, I think so, but reality, we don't have evidence for the exchange. Yeah, between the islands, between the colonies. Yes. It surprised me. This is not so much studied. Not just yes. Even today,
Going to try to reconstruct and for monastery, I think it's a way of research.
yeah, it's a good question. Thank you. Maybe today it's difficult to navigate with the ferry boats. Yes, interesting.
Thank you.
I think about.
That's a helpful question. About the Curial SE252, what the reason for the post-mortem mutilations of the deceased? If there are any religious texts from the Professor Floresano, a curiosity due my lack of knowledge, I would like him to know about him if he is the greatest authority.
Bolo, aquele autor que tem Bolo, Fabrizio Momo, assim.
The greatest author, if he is the greatest authority on Calabro, even though he is considered inconvincing, in his analysis on the Supremo Calabro, ou seja, qual é assim, qual é o patamar dele na sua análise. Então, professor, can speak with an authority on this subject regarding about the relationship between Neapolis and Tarsus. It seems that Tarsus boasted more than Neapolis by producing 25 gram coins. 15 gram coins. It is true that Neapolis, because Neapolis silver mines also supplied Tarsus, which also had silver mines. It's true. Não, seria assim que, em português, o que eu quero dizer? Que as minas Então, aqui Neápolis, ela tem minas de prata, silver mines em Neápolis. E Taços tem moedas assim, moedas muito pesadas, heavyweight coins, 15 grams. E o que eu quero saber se procede, se it's okay if the sustaining keep a transição das moedas, the transitions, the coin, the silver from the coin, the coin. Fala em português. Pode comentar mais o seguinte, o que eu quero saber? Neápolis e Talos. Neápolis, apesar de ter notícia da moeda, não tem moeda tão pesada quanto as que ninguém. Então, que tanto assim, é sabido que Neápolis e Taços tem minas de prata. É que o que eu quero entender? Porque parece que Taços ainda é mais forte e que a prata está indo, muitas vezes, mesmo tendo casa de cunhagem em alguma coisa. Parece que Taços tem mais força, assim, que ostentar mais, tem mais pesados, que eu queria saber se isso procede.
He wants to know if you can think that Tarsus was stronger regarding the coinage and the silver mining, because although both cities had silver mines, Tarsus coinage was heavier, was bigger.
I am not a numismatist. There is a person who has studied the coins from Neapolis. Her name is Papa Evangelou. She has done an amazing job. I will point out there is no coins of Neapolis from the sanctuary. So everything we know about the coins of Neapolis come from either trade or Fisavroi, the little assemblages in nearby cities. The production of Thracian coins is far bigger than the coins of Neapolis. That's as far as I can answer. I don't know how they weigh. I think it depends on. I don't know how to answer that. But mines are both in the north of Neapolis and on Thassos, and everybody used the mountains north of Neapolis for mining the silvers.
Having lots of coin doesn't mean having lots of coinage doesn't mean that the city is more or less important. Many important towns didn't have coinage at all, or had coinages only in a period. And the question of being heavier or not heavier, well, Thassos, I don't know exactly, can't remember now, but Thassos, 15 grams are tetradrachma. Well, they correspond to a specific metrological system. And Neapolis could have another type of system and issue coins, lighter coins, not so. So it doesn't, the coinage is, I can't remember right now the exactly standards, meteorological standards in Thassos, in Neapolis, and so forth. But in general, that's what happens. Okay?
Yeah. Well, the question was, if I understood correctly, whether there was some religious beliefs behind this practice. I cannot answer on behalf of these people, but my personal opinion is that there must have been some, we all have religious beliefs related to the way we bury our dead. Anyway, the practice, this I did show one. It's of Archaic period. I mentioned that it continued on Samothrace. There are Roman graves with inhumations. where it's pretty clear that the bodies, I mean, there are cut marks on the bones, so they have been dismembering the bodies after the death. The practice is very well documented in Thrace, in one Thrace in northern Bulgaria. There is a good number of such examples of graves from the late Bronze Age all the way down to the Hellenistic, even Roman times. There are all sorts of examples where you find a grave and half of the body is missing. There are examples of you find a body which looks both in anatomical order, and when the anthropologist does the analysis, they prove that these bones belong to two different people. So they took bones from one person and another person and put them in anatomical order in the grave to look like one, but they were actually from two. And the opposite, missing arms, heads, legs, or part of the body is in the grave and the other part is in the tumulus, which is on top of the grave. So there are all sorts of theories about that, that perhaps they practiced some sort of like the sky burials. They'll put the body to disintegrate and then bury the bones, or bury the bones and after a certain amount of years, like 7 years, take them out, wash them ritually. And this is practice that has been preserved in Bulgaria and in Greece. In Bulgaria, it was until early 20th century they were doing it. After 7 years, they would excavate, wash the bones with wine or milk, put them in a bag, and put them back in the grave. So there are certainly religious beliefs behind this. But what exactly were these beliefs? I cannot answer, of course. No, but you can. But certainly it's not something that you do just out in your daily, let's excavate the grave and do something with the bones.
Thank you. Erika, please.
I have a question to Maria, but Professor Tony is going to take off the phone. I'm striking the absence of relaxes that you observed on the north in Nigeria. I just wonder that it's Naxos was looking for another route, like to Sicily, and there's so many Cycladic colonies on the North Aegean, Comparos, Conandros. So I was just thinking if you could maybe would explore it, because have a color Naxos on Sicily.
I'll start and then Professor Van. As far as I know, Naxos' only colony is Naxos on Sicily. They were not known as sea adventurers. My personal theory, and is registered on, I think they paid the Parians to do the dirty job. Save those for producing, pottery and everything. There is no Naxian pottery that circulates. So I think they were happy with their little empire along the Cyclades. They didn't need to go beyond.
And they controlled the islands around.
And all sorts of passages. I mean, there's smack in the middle.
Was not a combined.
It was Naxian, if Naxian, if that. I think it's also with a question mark.
Yes. Because, for instance, Gela had reindeer also in the first, and Syracuse is Dorians, but there were Argonids also mixed up in this venture. See, it's
But maybe I was also thinking because now something was, let's say, or when the annual marbles were so everywhere, you want to
Spari. Spari was also in the ship going to Syracuse, was it?
Chimera, yes.
I can't know. He went back to Paris. He went back to Paris after the.
I don't think he made it to the west.
No, I mean,
maybe.
But some of his poetry was written after his
Yes.
Maybe I can't remember.
check my
Fábio.
I have many questions that I choose.
Many questions.
The first question to Tomani. Given the close connection between Neapolis and Athens and the signs of economic growth in Neapolis, are there any signs of the relation of Neapolis to Thracian slave trades? This is a discussion, a possible discussion from the archaeological and epigraphical material.
These are the only inscriptions we have from Neapolis, and they're related to the sanctuary. I cannot remember of any like manumissions. I think that's what you're talking about for inscriptions.
Especially the slave trade from Thracian slaves sold to Athens. To Attica.
We know from the literary sources, even since Pisistratos, that Thracians came with him and worked in the mines of Lavrion. They worked as paid soldiers. The women worked as Karamanes, Rofi, Dada, babysitters. Thank you. So that was the goddess. Yes, eventually they bring Bendis. But there is a lot of interconnection. The Athenians are very interested in the north in general, since the Archaic period. But inscriptions specifically reporting slaves trade in that city, I don't know. It is right on the route from Philippopolis, but in the Roman times, as we know, that was the place for trading slaves. But in ancient, like in Greek times, all we have is from the literary sources and descriptions of how they can be circulated. They even have different clothes on the iconography, so we can tell them apart.
I have also a question for here, and you have some levels, bodies of knowledge, global level, linked to colonization. To the question, how can we occupy territory that's create bodies to a right here? And a local level, a very ecologically rooted level of knowledge. So how to trespass the mountain. How did they interact? Those different levels of knowledge. Maybe a regional level of knowledge was also in the game.
Well, that's a good question because the sources are not very informative about it. So that's why many hypotheses grew. Why did the Locrians go to the other side of the peninsula? And they learned that happened in the first generation, the first or almost second generation that they were there. They got in all these negotiations with the people that they understood that they could pass, and they knew the way. They learned the ways to go these 30 kilometers on the other side. And also they knew that they could have interesting and strategic places to settle, to control all the ways through the mountains, because all the viability was known for centuries for the people that were there. So I imagine that this negotiation and this connectivity with the epicoroi in this area made it possible for them to go through. because they had metals that they knew already because of Zancle and Region knew it in this age, 7th century. But probably they knew some things on the rest of the coast. For instance, Torregario, they participated in the Chalcidian network, so they knew many things. And with the indigenous people, with the Epicurean, they could know because there are many in the Aspromonte. It's not easy to go through if you don't know the passes, as we call it in English also. So there are 3 or 4 main passes to traverse the Aspromonte. Mainly walking because maybe with donkeys, I don't know. And in these passes, they are maybe Fluria, I don't know, maybe posts of control. Many stones. They have this is the national park of Aspromonte, and the people, the functionaries that work there, have walked all over, and they have published in small, tiny journals, local journals. They have published, oh, I found this, I found that. There are some stairs here. There are some. So if you assess this documentation, this evidence, you learn that they were going through along the rivers and going down on the other side. So I believe that's why I think that this collaboration between Greeks, Locrians, and the indigenous people was very, very important in this case, as it was probably important in the case of Syracuse, that founded Archaic and then Casmeni on the top, and also to control, not only to dominate the area territorially, but also to control the Chalcidians that were entering through Catania to go to Java in southern Sicily. All this viability were known by the Greeks, and Casmeni, for instance, was in the top of a hill, 1,000 meters high, and they could see and hear the Chalcidians passing to go. So there's a whole competition between Greeks, and also they needed the population. The Megariblea made a contract with the Ibleans to have some place, and they had this all in the Locrians too, as I told you before. They had an agreement with the Siculi in Capobuzzano before, and then afterwards they went there. So they needed these people, and this is the main contribution. I believe, I don't know, I'm not so sure, but the organization of the territory depended most of the indigenous people. So that's
Just, Katia, I was wondering if you could share with us your interpretation for the sanctuary.
You mean the one on the southern part of the island?
Yeah.
No, I don't have really my interpretation. The material is not fully published. I know only what's available in very few finds and publications. I don't know really what's the reason to interpret it as a sanctuary when it's in terms of the material finds. They do not give us, at least I can't see any link. And also, Bendis is this portrayal goddess, so many people are exercising with her and trying to find the links between Trace and later times. She was how to say introduced to Greece, Athens, celebrated, but in fact, as far as I know, all the evidence is rather late. I'm not aware of any 6th century evidence, let's say. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know 6th century evidence in Athens. well, not in Greece, not in Thrace, whatever monuments are interpreted as related to Bendes, they go to much later times, such as Hellenistic or classical Hellenistic. So I'm always very conscious about this. I mean, it's one thing to have an inscription which suggests the name, and something completely different to just decide that it's Bendes. And also, these three kylikes from the sanctuary with the inscriptions. These inscriptions are more or less the same as the inscriptions from Zonu, and there is the name Apollo, which was the guardian of Apollo, so quite Bendes in Apollo. So, but the fact is that the figuration, the terracotta figurines are female.
Thank you. Okay. I have a question for both Katia and Maria. Congratulations for the research. I would like to know, are there evidence of settlement, Iroquois settlement of the local population, the Thracians, in the islands on the northern Aegea? Because I know that in Passos there are, but in Samothrace or I don't know the other islands, I don't know. Like that?
Do I answer? Well, I discussed this in length during the lectures, but anyway, yes, there is clear evidence, archaeological. Both Tassos islands, Tassos and Samothrace have. And further to the south, there is some, and it's pottery only, on the island of Lemnos, which is only pottery. Yes, not a lot. But Tassos and Samothrace, beginning with the late Bronze Age, going through early Iron Age, there are occupation. It's one main settlement on Tassos, one main settlement on Samothrace of the earlier periods, and then in the late 8th century we see the life in these settlements stops, and there are new settlements appear on the coast, and again with local pottery plus imported well-made painted pottery. These people were obviously they started to interact with the rest of the northern Aegean. There is a very clear shift and developments towards the end of the 8th century. Before that, yes, there are local settlements. They're inland on rocky hills, naturally fortified.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you very much to everyone. And I don't know if Christina or Wagner or Juliana can close this event. Thank you. So, thank you.
That's interesting. Like who made Latino?
Okay, so I'm very happy. I just want to once again thank everybody. I was thinking in the short path on my chair to here, but I want to thank very much papacy once again, state funding research foundation, because and our museum, the Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology, because I believe it's not the biggest, but that we have been able to gather many people, from abroad and from Brazil, colleagues from other states. So I think that's differential, and I'm very, very proud of it, very happy. I thank Julian, who had the idea for this conference, and who has much skills to do it among all our duties. Sometimes you go, no, what do you want? Do it. And she was right because I do believe it was a success. So, and I want to have a very close, but I personally want to give a huge thank you to our graduate students, without whom really this would not. But we really in
So just we had here in this long journey, long week, brilliant lectures, excellent debates. So we are really proud and happy. The feeling now is the felicity. And thanks for everything. And I really appreciate the presence of Professor Tamar here, Professor Hans Beck, Abraham Du, Professor Peter Elieva, Professor Fabio Morales, the virtual audience, Professor Stefan, Erika Angliker, professors that would participate online. So we are really happy with the results, the discussion. I think everybody here now, to think more about all these local things, global things, as Professor Flavian said.
Things. So thank you.
Thanks so much.